Selena immediately banned out.
You got to do it at this point, man. The Selena, yes, it's a gamble. There's no other way to put it. It's a gamble. It's a big risk to take. But if there is a good Selena on the other side, it's more like an investment than a gamble. It's more like a confirmed early game win for you. So Brunei, they know something we don't. As they probably have been able to get some wins on that Selena, playing through tempo, being the faster team. The Hirara gets banned out though. So Timor-Leste has been really paying attention to the Vietnam-Brunei game. Brunei was able to really take control of the games with their Hirara.
Yeah, and honestly, like Selena, I would say is kind of blessed right now because there's a lot of good combinations alongside with the Selena. Something that SRG does is use that Kufra, but there are the heroes that make it easier, stuff like the Cho and such. So, and now batting out the Paquito as well. And I'm actually liking first pick ban out the Paquito just because, yeah, right now Paquito is pretty dangerous in the jungle, and it's rarely something on the first pick. Usually people go for either the Barats or the Uranus. In terms of first pick, I mean, or Melissa.
Yeah, agreed. But I really, really hope, though, that we don't see one-dimensional drafts anymore. Because, I mean, it wasn't really one-dimensional. We did get to see some comfort picks, but the bans were just the same all throughout the 5 games, almost. Only in game number 5 did we see a change. One pick being left open, the Atlas. So, Hirara, Paquito, here, so far, so good. The Selena gets banned out as well. The Marcel, Atlas, Freya has still been, left open. He banned the Nolan instead of the Freya. Interesting. Again, for Brunei, they got game 2, LaFell, on the Nolan against Vietnam. So I guess it's just respect.
Yeah, but you got to bat out of Freya, man. You can't spell Freya without So she is a menace. In fact, ever since her revamp, throughout all regions, all tournaments, she had over 60% win rate. That's freaking high. So now I have a lot of stats, by the way. I'm very, very proud of myself. So right now, Brunei, in terms of the bans here, usually at this point, you would ban out something like an Atlas, but only really if you're using a jungler that doesn't want to deal with that.
So let's see, is it the Atlas ban, or they want to try to pick it up for themselves? The Freya.
They banned the Freya.
Yeah, it's always really weird to see the Freya and the Paquito banned out on blue side both. So again, it might be a clue to Timor-Leste that it might not be comfortable on those picks, because usually it's just super prior. You want to go for the first pick on the Freya, the Paquito. The Melissa's also been rising in popularity in Indonesia. It's been first pick a lot as well in that Hong Kong, China versus Republic of Korea match. So it wouldn't be too crazy to see Brunei actually pick up the Melissa too. It's just a safe pick, blind as well. But Timor-Leste, they got to make a decision. Do they let go of the Atlas or the Marcel? Which one?
Yeah. Same in Malaysia as well. We've been first picking Melissa as long as she's open. So now it has been banned out the Marcel. So that comes to the important question. I feel like first picking the Melissa here should be safe, because then you will get either the Uranus or the Barats. I personally hate going up against Uranus, so that's my personal pick. But it depends on the players.
I just hate the concept of Uranus, bro. I hate Uranus. It's just such a anti-MLBB game pick, dude. You're literally just standing there trying to soak in as much damage as possible. The Valentina gets first picked here. I like this. Usually when the Atlas and the Belleric are both open, you just go for the Valentina, make the opponent choose Atlas or Belleric, and you get a free ultimate plus whatever else is open, right? So for Timor-Leste now, they might actually have to stay away from either the Atlas or Belleric unless they feel like they'll have enough to actually, or enough power on their roamer to pull off an Atlas, even though there's a Valentina on the other side. I think another good pick would be the Melissa. Another safe choice right there.
Yeah, I haven't seen any Harleys here so far, but yeah, I feel like the safest one should be Melissa Uranus. But if they know Brunei will use a traditional marksman in the goal lane,
here's the proof that I'm still
this alive. Is quite an early Brody here alongside with the Belleric. Interesting.
Yeah, I know the Brody's good, dude, but I don't know about it first pick. That's kind of wild. It really depends, man. I've had conversations with Zephyr as well, just talking about the Brody Melissa lane, because in my experience, it's always just been the Melissa doing well against the Brody. But in certain situations, whenever the Brody is picked up, especially in ENC, it's been the Brody who's walked out with a win in lane. I think a lot of the Melissas are playing it too aggressive, Lafel. I think that's the main problem right now, because on a Melissa, you should just be playing weak side with Flicker. It's not the old Inspire Melissa that can really bully the lane.
Yeah.
Sora seems like it's going to be the choice with the Atlas. There you go. The Valid Atlas taking away the Belleric ult. Oh, they're going to have 3 layers of ultimates, dude. Shifting Skies, Fatal Links, and the Wrath of the Dryad. This is a bad Brody game on paper.
Yeah, right now, this really makes sense first picking that Valentina, allowing them to pick up the Sora, which... By the way, let me just give you like a meta update, something that I'm like very iffy on. There is a lot of pull yourself to get a Melissa in MPLMY, but they're not using Flicker. They're using Purify.
For what? What hero?
Multiple players, not just one.
Oh.
Yeah. And judging by my tone, I think you know that I'm not exactly with it. You know, like. I'm like, okay, sure, you're respecting the Barats, but also like,
nation from
falling
apart.
The Barats never get close to you anyways, but whatever, right? So now we see the jungler for Timor-Leste picking up this Yi Sun-Shin. I guess it's okay, considering that Brody doesn't really need to scale up, especially if you just keep on focusing on his lane, because I've been hearing in scrims, a lot of Brody has been winning out against that Melissa, but I think I agree with you. Most of these Melissa players are just playing it aggressively, or they're respecting Barat too much, picks up the Purify instead of the Flicker, which, I don't know, personally for me, I'm not feeling it.
Come on, Dexter.
The Claude gets banned out. Interesting choice. I thought the Brody would actually be able to bully even against the Brody. Yeah, I think this is a very risky choice, by the way. The Yi Sun-Shin pick. We did see it earlier in the previous ENC qualifier East Asia Grand Finals, but Lafel, this Yi Sun-Shin into triple CC is wild, right? You have Traceless. It's good if it's just 1 CC. Maybe it's still okay if there's 2, but 3, you're gonna have to be locked in, dude. That Traceless needs to be clean, and also you need to rely on your boys to really peel for you.
Yeah, and I don't know if they really can do it, man. Like, I feel like the Claude ban was less for Brody and more for Yi Sun-Shin, because anyone that can chase a Yi Sun-Shin, the Yi Sun-Shin hates that. You know, his single target, if he's AoE, then fine, he can do something about it. So I agree with you. This Sora, like, honestly, if the Yi Sun-Shin tries to contest first turtle, and then Sora just goes lightning form, like, you're asking to die, right? So right now, Timor-Leste, with this Yi Sun-Shin pick, you see this, and you're seeing him for quite a while. You have a good full minute seeing this Sora. I want them to play the first 2 turtles correctly. Don't give this Sora early kills.
Born by thy wish.
They banned the juice in, so it's the focus on mid lane versus the focus on gold lane. Yeah, Timor-Leste are really trying to just force the Melissa pick almost, right? It's almost like they went for the Yi Sun-Shin and the Brody and saying, yo, we picked this for a reason. It's to bully that Melissa. So try to pick it up now. If you don't pick it up, either way, it'll be, I think, a tougher game compared to the Moscow or the Claudes, right? Because, again, you're kind of forced to pick heroes that can't bring Purify unless you want to go for an off-meta pick. And either way, it's bad. It's either no Purify or off-meta like a Bruno. Both haven't really done too well. We have seen, though, Clint maybe as an answer to the Brody. Pretty good lane. It's 50-50. But they will just go and lock in the Uranus first.
But now, Bruno, they have an option. If they want to play double fighters, I think they still can, but they need to pick up a Harley. If they pick up a Harley, it actually should be like so much dive coming in from Brunei. It's going to be a very difficult job for this Belleric to really stop all of them. So right now, I really feel like it's just a question of, do you want to go for marksman or you want to go double fighters? There's not too many great fighters right now.
Whoa!
Oh, Hanabi. That's interesting. I think Mia actually could be better. I'm not entirely better. It's good. I haven't casted a Mia game. Now I can say I have.
Oh my God, bro. We saw this at GOTF. We saw this at MPL ID. It was Pikachu made it work, but it was with a Rafaela. some healing, bro. Like this is again another very crazy pick. I knew we were gonna see some crazy.
It's a crazy draft.
It is a crazy draft. Almost a Kagura as well. They thankfully just stick to the meta and go for the Novaria instead of the Kagura, but I would have loved to see the Kagura versus Hanabi matchup. If you know lore, bro.
Yeah.
Oh God. Well, genuinely, who has the better draft? Like CC wise, it should be Brunei, but I feel like they're actually gonna lack a bit of damage in the early game because of the Mia.
Actually, I feel like if Crown pops off with the Suyo, then I'm actually gonna give it to them, because unless this Novaria hits a lot of her shot in the first, I would say 2-3 waves, like if she can clear the wave and then hit the opponents, then okay, great. Because Novaria, if your jungle gets invaded on, you can't really do much. You're just hoping you hit your shot. So if Crown does amazing on this AO, then I feel like they should win it. But terrible that Timor-Leste.
We can only just watch and see at this point. There's no use of saying which is better, which is a good pick, which is a bad pick. At this point, the meta is just open for all, dude. Even you, John, man who's watching this, who's in epic rank. Yes, dark systems are meta. Don't pick up your crazy picks in ranked games and try to ruin other people's games. Or welcome to game number 1 into the land of Dot. We go Timor-Leste versus Brunei. This is their last lives in the tournament. One more chance to make it to the grand finals and to make it to the ENC main stage from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, looks like they're not gonna invade the jungle just yet. They're just gonna get the Litho, and it's doing a pretty good job here. Shinra as well as Vanderdutch. Looks like I think they missed a minion because they are lacking a bit. Vanderdutch gets engaged on, and looks like first blood goes over to Mukri.
Nothing but speed when it comes to Crown, and Timor-Leste knew it. That's why they banned out the Nolan, the Hirata. Oh, that was close. That was really close. Madeira walks up now, go for the kill. Mukri's right there to provide some support. Crown will be able to take that green camp away, and he just with the Blade Surge gets out, stops Madeira from getting level 4 rather. Forces Madeira to stay at level 3, and this is going to be frustrating for Madeira, right? First blood on Mukri. They also get the level 4 around the purple buff, and they get a few steals. So at the end of the day, Madeira still gets level 4 with the golem, but XP advantage still in the hands of Crown as he clears the bottom lane later.
Yeah, I'm looking at Mukri. If he can get level 4 very quickly and then get the Astral Echo, they actually could have a crazy fight later on, because for sure Seth is gonna have his Shifting Skies, and having like 3 kills after the first round, that's going to be insane. So Muki now is level 4. I'm looking whether he can actually get Shinra's. Oh, but hold on. Vanderdutch flickers out of it. He's going to be safe there.
Okay, Vanderdutch going to the taunt. That's a Blade Surge and a Soul Sever with an instant retreat. Mountain Shocker stolen by Mukri. Sep trying to go in. G-Cap's going to be caught by the Mountain Shocker. Both teams disengaging in the bottom lane. Oh, Super K. Oh, he stayed a bit too. Oh.
Let's look about it.
Oh my God, he doesn't know. He doesn't know he's in that bush. He doesn't know. Crown cannot get there in time. He checked all the bushes in lane. Oh my God, Super K gets out.
Oh my God, it's like they can't see him. I mean, at least for me, it's starting to be nighttime. So yeah, vision is a bit blurred. I don't know how is it in Indo, but either ways, right now, at least I can say avoided worst case scenario, because honestly, having the early advantage for Mukri, it could have been bad for Timor-Leste, because I can see many different ways Brunei can start the fight. So the fact that they could not find that engage is good for Timor-Leste, consider that Madeira should not be fighting. He should just be farming at this point, and the rest of his team just clear the waves. Stay out of trouble, gang.
I agree, Ko. If we're going to be using that lingo, type. Subpar, you know? Madeira. Usually you would expect him to be able to get a lead over the Suyo, but it's going to be so difficult, dude. When the turtle gets secured by the Suyo like that, and with the first blood and tempo around the map, not even a win in the Brody lane is kind of crazy. I don't know what Zed has been able to do in that bottom lane, bro, but he traded equally against the Brody. He was able to almost get the Brody baited for a Suyo gank. Crown again waiting in the mid, but this time Timor-Leste, they've adapted. They've learned from that first blood not to just walk up in the mid lane knowing that there's a threat of the Suyo.
Well, right now, looking at everyone Everyone has ults ready. So this second turtle, if Timor-Leste wants to fight it, they can. Astral Echo hits onto tree, set Mukri as well as G. They're Dutch looking for an opportunity. He does have the flicker ready, but look at his Arena's taking quite a lot of damage. Looks like both teams, they're just itching for it. They're waiting for someone to press the trigger.
They're just trying to bait out as many abilities as possible right now. The Sky Piercer picked up for crowd, so this is a big moment. They've already baited the Consecration of the Astral Echo. Now Vander Dutch walking up. Oh, 3-match shifting skies into the lockdown. Now he goes up into the air, and that's going to be Madeira with the steal. How did he find out with the red tree? Now the fatal links into Mukri. Mountain Shock gonna full in all from Mukri, but it will be traded back as Super K gets on the board. It's a big double and a 4-1 trade in favor of Timor-Leste. Hold on, thanks. Able to get in the bush, Madeira. Oh, no damage, my guy. Now he's gonna be ran down by 2 tanks. Mia.
Type gang.
Okay, type gang.
Flickers. Save. Oh my goodness. What did I just watch, Mirko? Like, that was a crazy engage by Sep, only to be ignored by the rest of his team. I understand the Uranus was on you, gang, but at times, you just gotta ignore the haters and go for that success. Your homeboy was there. He got 3. But engage was not perfect. And now Astral Echo hits on the tree. Uranus from behind. So I'm not gonna commit just yet. It's too much damage from Shinra.
Dude, he's taking magic damage, physical damage, even emotional damage, as his teammates just didn't care about him when he went in solo. Sep's carrying a whole burden, man, right now. He goes with the shifting skies on Vander Dutch. Now that is a fatal links on 2-way. Did Shinra just walk into that? Mukri with a mountain shotgun throws it out. That's a tap, and Shinra gets the survive. Crown walks up, finds a double. That's a Sky Piercer that he has in his arsenal. So it's 20 stacks, and now it's gonna be another kill. Triple 30 stacks. Super K gets on a killing spree, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the Sky Piercer.
Well, you know, c'est la vie. But that was a good team fight coming in from Verdun. But also, that was a mistake coming in from Timor-Leste. I think they were just underestimating just because they were able to win out big in the previous turtle fights. So they're like, they don't have enough damage. We should be fine. We should be cool. But then damage coming in from Crown, from Mukri, like just the control. The control is enough to be like, oh, wait, we can't get out. This is a trouble. Oh, it's Sep, able to pull someone in. Vander Dutch catching onto Astral Echo, onto multiple members of Brunei. He's trying to run away. Mukri is there. Vander Dutch is all alone. Fiddlers hits onto one. Finds Shinra. Shinra is frozen right there. Still not dead just yet, though. Sep finally gets that kill. Shut down. Better than gets crowned. That's a lot of Sky Piercer just being denied. And now Sharon goes forward to Mukri. Mukri has nowhere left to go. This Uranus can finally get the kill. Right now, Timor-Leste are back in the board.
I had to refresh my screen for a bit. I don't know if this is a MOBA or a Battle Royale. Another fight in the mid lane. Oh my god, Zeng's almost taken down. Now the shifting skies up in the air. Uranus gets a marksman, but Sep gets 2. A marksman and the roam. Now is Super Chiron trying to push in this mid lane. 8-8. All the objectives just traded around. Now another 1v1 up top, I believe. Crown versus Madeira. Let's see it. It's going to be the Queller now with a Soul Sever. Mountain Shocker already used up. Crown missed it. And he gets away. All right. No more skirmish shit. Never mind. G-Caps walking up on Chiron. Chiron wants more smoke. Shinra throws out the Star Shatter. All right. Now, finally we get some time. Take a chill pill. And to see that minutes didn't really matter too much. Only 1 turn has been taken. And there's not even a goal lead.
Yeah. Why do it, Sep? You're the real G, man. You're doing
Sep.
good, W Sep, man. Like this guy,
he's a homeboy.
This guy, he's eating. He is. I feel weird saying it like this. Anyway,
he's eating.
You're getting taunted, Sep. You're getting taunted again, Sep. Get out of there. Looks like he's not. Will he be able to get the fatal links? And he gets 2, and he even gets taunted. Vander Dutch can't do much. Now Samasaran is caught. Double kill for Crown. More stacks for the Sky Piercer. All the while, Mia is up top. This elf girl is eating good.
The elf girl's really eating good, man. Free farming up top. That was crazy right there, bro. Super K didn't move for a solid 3 seconds. It was a fatal links into the Ratana Dryad, into the Terrify coming in from Mukri. Imagine if Sep was there. Super K. Oh my God. This is why we said earlier in the drafts as well that it would just be a difficult game, a bad game for the Brody. It's not because Super K will be bad, performing bad in the lane or performing bad in the team fight. It's just, dude, when it inevitably happens that you get caught up, you're cooked. Now with Banner Dutch with the flicker out, has rather to drive, but will be able to use it now. Madeira the Mana Shocker, Chain CC, Sep right there, but GCAP. Oh, what a pullback! That's Sep picking up the kill on Madeira, pulling it back onto Crown, but he falls as well. Now it's Mukri waiting in the bush for Shinra to walk up. Steals the Astro Echo. Now I'm not too sure about that. He gets shot with the Star Shatter as well. Then he shoots out Astro Echo, so at least they get vision of 3 members, but not the fight you were expecting after Madeira fell.
Oh yeah, for sure. Shinra, can you cancel it out? Unable to cancel out the recall. Right now, Timor-Leste, if you guys want to go back into the game here, Super K needs to be careful, same as Madeira. You guys already saw the draft coming in. Brunei has a lot of ways to just dash in and catch the damage dealers, man. Like, they really have to be careful. This is very dangerous. And now the Lord has been started up. The elf girl is up top again, ignoring her friends because she's like, y'all good, you guys got set the G. He can set it up for y'all. And now 5 members of Timor-Leste is here, but you know where GCaps is.
Oh my God.
GCaps is just waiting in the flex.
Yo,
and elf girl
K.
getting free. Oh, unable to catch anyone there, but Shifting Skies finds 1. And now Vanderjudge able to taunt 2. Sep gets taken down. Shira gets GCaps. The Lord is there. Crown steals it away, gets stunned up, and then gets shut down. But all the while, Elf Girl gets this inhibitor for free, Mirko.
And he goes invis. Oh, the Astro Echo isn't in range. Zengs gets away as well. I'm not even trolling. I think if this is the playstyle, you might as well go Z-Long. That turret would have melted. Oh my goodness. I have no words to describe what we are watching right now. Timor-Leste did such an amazing job playing around the team fight, right? Great reaction by Super K. Unfortunately for GCaps, wasn't able to find the fatal links. But then nobody zoned Crown away from the neutral objective. It almost felt like Timor-Leste were Eagle 50-50ing the Lord. It was like Madeira saying, nah, fam, I got it. I'm okay standing here. I don't need a seat, huh? And that was Mukri walking up over on Shinra. Throughout the wave, they'll be able to do so. The Lord up top is massive right now. And if they don't deal with that, it's going to crash in. They are splitting their attention apart into the bottom lane and the mid lane. I'm not too sure how good of an idea this is because you're going to lose out on every single turret in mid. It's scattered, dude. They're gonna lose out so much more than they should.
Oh yeah, for sure, fam. I was worried if they just completely ignored the Lord. Now Timor-Leste, they are able to protect the mid here, but still a lot of permanent damage. And yet I'm actually surprised. Looking at the goal lead, it's only about 1,000. I felt like it should be more. I'm guessing Brunei does not steal away the camp, so yeah. You know, you're right.
C'est la vie. Gold leads don't matter.
Who needs money? Us.
Exactly.
Giveaways.
No, we don't need money. What we need is more MLBB.
No. Who needs money when you have aura?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I think both teams are actually doing that. The goal lead is low, but their aura lead right now, I gotta say, Zenz has been farming that aura all alone top, bro.
This is an amazing game, by the way. Wishing Lantern picked up by Mukri, probably just because he feels like he needs a way to take down Super Siren as fast as possible. Looking at the items for Mia, she should be pretty good, but honestly, with her not joining the fight much, I actually felt like it would have been okay if she just went for the Malefic Gun first, because, you know, the chances of her getting caught is pretty low when she's not around, you know?
Mm-hmm. I feel you for real, man. Crown right now, building towards, is that an immortality? I believe it's an immortality, right? Okay. Vanderjudge. He's all alone. He's getting all in. No fatal. Oh, flicker out of the Wrath of the Draw. Oh, good Star Shatter as well. The wave up top is good, though. Brunei really making use of this macro advantage. And see how Vietnam struggled or why they struggled against Brunei, man. They're so good at brawling. It's so awkward, but it's so good in this meta. Super Tyrant walking up, trying to get vision. There's no way they steal this, man. Madeira was so far away from the sword. Crown with the Sun, Blade Surge. Damukri. What? That's such a... Oh, Madeira! Able to get the traces now, but it's the Fatal Links. You can trace us out from 1, but not from 2. It's Crown. With the pickup now as Zanks goes into the back line. Oh, my goodness! He flickers in, and the Wind of Nature's right there, and he's able to dish out enough damage to take him down. But Super K's right there with the damage as well. Gets another. Double. Gonna go for the triple and bounce back. Oh my god, Super K! No, not enough. The glowing one burns him down. Now they're trying to brute force it. You gotta wait for the minions, buddies. Up top, they got the minions. I think they should be able to secure it unless Tyrant 1v3s.
Well, their HP is actually pretty low, but with the lore, they should be able to do it here. Looks like Brunei is going to be able to secure game number 1. G-Caps is just tanking the crystal. Congratulations to Brunei winning the first game of this match.
Victory!
Congratulations indeed. What a chaotic game. That's the only way to put it. That was as chaotic as you would expect MLBB in this patch to be. 14 minutes, 46 seconds, 16-15, no gold lead. They didn't even farm gold. They just farmed aura the entire game. And unfortunately for Timor-Leste, Brunei just got the dub right there, man. Zanks, I gotta say, that flicker into skill 2 Wind of Nature against the Brody and the Varia was the aura play of the day for me.
Yeah. I think even he's surprised that he almost got one shot at by Shinra, but he's like, I got it, fam. I'm number 33, Brunei, Mia. I know the streets. I know what's gonna happen. I'm good. And honestly, Timor-Leste, I feel like going into the next game, they gotta protect their home. They gotta protect the turf. They can't just be letting Brunei get their turrets for free, right? They can get it, sure. But you got to pay up. You got to pay up. Mukri, though, 40% damage in this one. He's doing quite a lot of heavy lifting here.
He for sure did. That's crazy. 40% damage dealt from Mukri. I thought Crown was actually... You know what? I know what the idea is right now for Brunei, dude. Mukri is the main damage dealer, and all of the others are just battle spells. Crown is execute. Zanks is arrival. G-Cap, they're just too petrified, fool. Like Timor-Leste just weren't ready for that. They thought they had to get Zanks. They thought they had to get Crown. They thought they had to deal with this, but they forgot about Mukri.
Oh, I see you, fam. I see you. I see. Say, what do they see? I hope they see that picking up the Brody early is just a bad matchup in this one, you know, because like, and we even saw it in game as well, right? Like even with the Yi and Shin, you're able to trace this one, but then the next follow-up engage is going to happen and then you're going to get caught anyway. So I feel like they need to respect the draft a little bit. Now that they see that Brunei, they have a lot of chase, right? This is something that you're like, okay, Brody is one of my best heroes, but being number 1 Brody of Timor-Leste should have given you enough games to be like, I don't like this guy. I don't like that guy. This guy can screw off. So maybe if you don't see those people, then you pick it up.
You gotta be a bit more vocal with the picks, right? You want the Brody, so maybe you can have some of your players, some of your boys to ban out the Atlas, ban out the Valentina, ban out the Belleric. So we'll find out if they actually make that improvement in game number 2, but we're gonna get into a very short break before that. see. Is it just the same? It really feels like Brunei have a standard like
A punch for a punch.
Your team is banned.
And Timor-Leste as
template.
well, same
They
bans.
just have the
Yeah.
template. They both have the template. They're literally going ban for ban, like same exact ones as game one. So Freya for Brunei later, and then Marcel for Timor-Leste. It really feels like these ENC qualifier teams, they really know what they like and what they don't like. So you know, W preference, W decision making, bro. They're quick with it.
Yeah. W will you know what? Will Smith. So I feel like at this point, banning out the Freya, I feel like Brunei should be doing that. I don't know, can Timor-Leste use it or not? Because this time Timor-Leste, they're thinking about it. It's like, do we want to ban Marcel? We could get the Marcel. So they're banning out the Atlas. All right. That's cool. That's tight. So Brunei, I feel like ban the Freya. And then Timor-Leste, it's all up to you. You want to first pick Uranus, Marcel, etc. This is why I say first pick, I feel like you require just a little bit more skill.
Yeah. I really think Super K took our advice from last game, dude. It's like, you know, be more vocal. And he literally just said, remember who you work for, foo. Ban that Atlas. Give me the Brody again. See what happens now. So Brunei might actually be thinking about that.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale. I swear to protect it till
But
my
again,
last
that
breath.
Brody is probably going to show. Not first pick, though. Please. If they win, you know what?
If he gets first pick, I will get ready to crash out by today.
You're going to crash out
he
if they... No, listen.
You won't.
Don't
What?
say what he can or can't do. Okay, he won't. Never mind. It's the
Ooh.
Valentina first pick still. Even though there's no Atlas, they still go Valentina. I'm guessing because the Marcel Belleric both have really big ult and it'll be solid anyways, right? Like, you know, you get one or the other, but what if Brunei decides to take Brody away? What if they are like, yo, Super K, I see what you did there with the Atlas. Let me take that Brody.
Yeah, and now, hey, maybe this time Seth.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Oh my God.
Bro, you know what? You are very Brunei. You called it. That was amazing. So now, Timor-Leste, do you want to go for the Barats? You want to go for the Uranus? Both are pretty good. And then maybe even take the Suyo away. Because
Dude,
then what's he going to use? Haya, Harley? Actually, there is quite a lot.
I love Super K though, right? Like he doesn't get his pick and he instantly defaults to trolling. He picks Chalmers the Lolita. He's like, nah, guys, I'm done. It's literally like me when I don't get Hirara nowadays in the ranked games. I'm like, all right, guys, I'm just gonna play Lolita. You know, everybody for themselves. I'm gonna go back to playing Battle Royale. The MOBA's dead. You know, as long as I don't get my pick, the MOBA's dead. But nah. It's a qualifier spot. They're trying to fight for ENC right now. Let's go. A main stage spot. They go for the Marcel and the Sora. Now, they're basically saying, you know what you did to our Brody Ka? We're going to try to do the same thing to you. Eudora, though, gets picked up. Now, that's quite interesting. It feels like for the Sora, he should have a very easy time to catch both the Brody and Eudora. But maybe Brunei are saying, if you want to catch us, you have to pick one. We're going to split so far apart that you have to choose one.
Need some stitches?
Yeah.
I can help.
Just basically Brunei saying that you're a cloud. But what's a cloud to lightning? Right? And then for Timor-Leste, they're looking at Brunei and be like, hey, you know that baddie called Benedetta? That's right, eye for an eye. I'm going to give you what you gave me. Although I do have to say, whenever I see a Marcel, it's always interesting because you can really make a cool play, or you make one of those plays that gets onto TikTok, but not for the right reasons. That already happened in MPL Malaysia, by the way. Like the team had a 10K gold lead, and then a very bad Marcel ult, making it so that their team can't run away.
Was
And
it
then
Team Flash?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I like how I
It was-
didn't
it
watch
was
a single
funny.
MPL Malaysia game, but you
And
say
you
throw
know-
and you say 10K gold lead and throw, and I'm like, yeah, it's probably Flash. That says a lot about that says a lot about them. But yeah, I guess that's like their signature now. Thing is though, you get clouds, we get lightning. Don't really work, LaFell, because like Sora technically got both cloud
Okay, fine. But she's a baddie, right? He is
A goodie.
charming.
Oh,
I would say Sora's charming.
you don't want to go like opposites, you know, baddie goodie?
You know what? Sure. You know what? You're my cousin. So yeah, let's go for that.
Let's go. The Arlet gets banned out as well, and Arlet actually does really well against the Sora with the Atlas too. But you know what? There's something else that does well against both. The Phoveus, right? Both Valentina and Sora. Phoveus pretty good. We haven't seen the Phoveus in a while, but I have a feeling, man, with all these dashes, with all these reliant on dashes heroes. Never mind. It's going to be Yi Sun-shin again, fam.
Wow.
This time, think about Brunei. They literally took the two main carries from Timor-Leste in game one. They said, nah, bro. You try to play the Brody and the Yi Sun-shin, I will try to give you a tutorial.
And this is real. Like, you know what? I'm going to show you how it's done, right? I'm going to be the good guy. I'm going to be the big bro.
Tell him.
I'm going to be the big bro. Yo, don't sit down. Get to class. Because Mr. Teacher Man is here. Or Madam Teacher Woman is here. Not going to discriminate.
Equality. That's what we're in here for, right? Equality. So far. Oh, dude, no way. No way. Nah. This is wild right now, bro.
Are we? Wait, is this a visual bug? Like, you know, like,
are the names
is it
mixed
actually
up?
the different teams? What's going on?
Bro, I don't even know what to say right now, dude. It's like Timor-Leste saw that Brunei wanted to be the teacher, so Timor-Leste, instead of sitting down like a good boy to be the student, they wanted to be teachers too. This is a teacher versus teacher battle. It's about who plays the comp better, right? Because if Timor-Leste plays it and wins, they're basically going to say, bro, y'all are pretty bad. Y'all just got a good draft. But if Brunei wins,
Yeah.
Brunei says, yo, y'all pretty bad. This is how it's done.
Or Timor-Leste is like, if you can't beat them, join them, right? Hey, they got a pretty good draft. How about we just follow? And then imagine how funny it would be if Super K also never joins the fight.
Oh my God.
He just finishes the entire way. And then Brunei also does nothing to stop it.
It's a bit too meta.
I mean,
it's a bit too meta to think about that, bro.
2-5 hit. 2-5. My puny Malaysian brain can't comprehend.
Oh my God, LaFell. I think Six went flicker. So that's the difference right there. The difference in priority. One tries to escape, right? One tries to flicker and get an aura farm moment. The other just wants to be quick.
Hey, some people want to be quick, some people don't. Looks like Super K, he wants that. He wants that speed. He wants to be known. He wants us to scream his name. Super K. Super K. That's a preview.
I'm so glad that Vietnam didn't get thrown down into the lower brackets because, you know, they're veteran players, but also it's hard to really hype up.
yeah.
Anyway, that's a game too.
Yeah, if you want to say Super K, you have to be very specific on the K. Anyways, right now, G-Caps as well as Mokri, they're clearing the wave. All good, fam. Mokri level 2. Shinra and Vanderdutch not being all that aggressive just yet.
Yeah, that's fair. So, you know, the Elric and Eudora can actually do so much damage if you just walk up and you get taunted. Ground though, whoa, level 2, gang, that is unfair, my guy. Super K did not get that treatment earlier. He had to stay in the lane. 1v1 against this Mia. This is already a no. Oh my God, this is the punishment. Look at the Suyo, Madeira.
Oh my God, Grand Theft Orange. Shout out to you. Anyways, right now, Vanderdutch, he's just there, checking the scenery out, taking some pictures, be like, I see a good tree. Now my Instagram peeps will see the good tree. And now everywhere looks like all is good. All is good. Some things are taken and some things will be noticed later on, which now Crown is noticed. He's like, oh gosh darn it.
I'm sure that's what he says. Gosh darn it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he said when he didn't see his orange. Like, oh,
In English or in their own language?
Aduh hai dini.
Is that what they? Is
No,
that?
gosh.
Is that not Malayu?
Yeah, Brunei uses bahasa as well.
Oh, dude, I didn't know that, man. That's the more
And
you know
Timor-Leste
right
is
there.
close to Indo. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Timor-Leste was yes.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I know history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Historically, yes, but
Hey, now
I
they're
didn't know-
part of
hey,
Asia.
That's true. More fun, dude.
ASEAN.
This is just dirty. Timor-Leste, Super K. Oh, this is truly Super K. Look at the bottom lane. They're all just ganking Super K. Yeah, okay. I just rest in peace, brother. I mean, this is the moment where, you know, your team will probably just be like, play safe, gold. Or if there was a live chat, people will just try to blame the Mia. But dude, what was he supposed to do? Like, seriously.
Yeah, he already used his Inspire. Guys, come on. Right? His battle spell is down. That's what Zex tells them. It's like, hey, battle spell down. You should gank. All right. How many? Exactly. All right, so they come down. Oh, Mokri gets frozen in time and then gets taken down by Madeira. And now G-Caps is there. He's like,
And Super K is all just like, bro, that's worth it right there. A turtle and a kill from my boy Madeira. Easy peasy, folks. Now it's all about building. Oh, Zan's getting ganked. Oh, goes for the smooch on the turret. The Quadler lands as well. Turn about memory. Oh, Super K is gonna be careful. It's hit by the turret once. He shoves in the wave. Zang's gonna stay in lane now, and that actually might give Shinra an opportunity to get the Thunder's Wrath down. Hold on. Banner Dutch with a walk up. Now Shinra. Oh, Thunder's Wrath, rather try it. Still Shinra able to pick up the kill onto the Brody. Now it's Crown with the rotation onto Banner Dutch. He's gonna go down. Crown picks up the kill. Back to 2 for 2 on the board.
I feel like that was just a little bit too personal because, like, Super K is like, 4 men ganked me. I don't see 4 men ganking Zhang. So they're like, we're coming down. They come down, and then I feel like they dove a little bit too hard, right? Zhang's already used the flicker. You know, he expanded his battle spell. I feel like, all right, that should be good enough. But you know, sometimes greed is good. Sometimes greed is not so good.
Depends. You know, like
That's what Gandhi said. Probably.
really? Okay. I don't remember Gandhi saying that. I think that's a different historical figure, bro. Maybe
Einstein?
not even a historical figure at all. Maybe it's just Banner
Oh,
Dutch.
Super K already ulted.
Yeah,
All right, and then Zhang gets caught. Golden Hour gets 2. Everyone is there. Zhang gets kicked again. And now, where's this building going to go? Even flickering forward, trying to get this free. Three gets taken down. But lightning strikes once, and they got 3. Crown is there. Trying to secure a kill. And then Sep goes back. Tries to get Super Saiyan. Everything is good. So far, it's just 2 people get taken down. Well, 3.
3 people. At the end of the day, right there, dude. Great re-engage by Brunei. I thought it was just gonna be cooked right there as they get a free one. 7 to bottom lane, clearing out the wave. 3 members trying to gank the placer. Didn't actually land. Madeira held it for a bit too long, and it actually cancels. And all this time wasted in the bottom lane gives Brunei the advantage on tempo to get the turtle. So this is just such an awkward game of MLBB so far. He's just, oh my god, Banner Dutch tries to go for the walk up to lethal like this shit. He gets the reach in for the Poly Star Moon. Lands straight on his face. Now with Zenks in the mid lane, trying to go for the siege. Shinra, gotta be careful, buddy. That's another stun with the ball lightning. Shinra just walks up and catches the torn apart memory, fool.
Oh my goodness, right now, Brunei, they really are being the teachers. Be like, guys, this is how you use this draft. First of all, that flicker, that's a great spell. You know, in case someone ganks you, you're able to survive. But this is the kind of aggression that's good, but almost like Timor-Leste is not seeing this coming. Because they're like, wait, I didn't know you could do this. Oh my god, that lightning, bro. And now, Mokri dashes away. No more mana. And it looks like he's going to get taken down by Super Siren.
Oh god, Super Siren is gonna go down. Oh no, play safe, gold lane. His ult, so it's okay. Top, it's a 1v1 now. Crown holding the wave against Madeira. Both of the junglers are now XP laners, taking control of it. Oh my god, almost a solo kill on Madeira up top. He has to use everything to get away. I think this is going to be a free turret. Wait, this Esmeralda's shoving in mid. They're completely losing the plot.
You know what? First of all, I always love it whenever there's a jungle 1v1. Because you know that's just a straight up ego fight, right?
Yep.
And yeah, Timor-Leste, the turrets are very important to protect your jungle. And your jungle is pretty important for Madeira. So I feel like as much as you want to protect your friends, sometimes you got to trust your friends. Be like, you okay, right? You can 1v4.
Yep.
I trust you, fam. You did that last Tuesday.
And there are two Fs that you could use there. You know, sometimes you gotta just F your friends. Either you trust your friends, you forget your friends, or you become you force your friends to fight with you. And in this situation, it's more of forgetting your friends because wait, they're ganking the Esmeralda, the Purify out. He gets caught, but the Wrath of Drive was already used up. Sep, this is the moment where you try to forget your friends, right? Because Sep is up there 1v4ing. He's actually doing a good job, buying so much time. He survives! Sep is, oh my God! A flicker from Siren. But again, this is where you forget your friends. You leave him dead up top and you get a tier 2 and say it was worth it, fam.
Dude, this is why I'm an analyst. I already know the comms. I mean, like, you did that last week. You can 1v4, right? Sep, come on, Sep. Come on.
It's the last game, bro.
1v4. Yeah. And he did that. And then now they can do it. By the way, Mia is pushing up top. So right now the prophecy, Mirko, is proving itself to be true.
Oh, what prophecy? Banner Dutch, hold on, shift these guys. Oh, the combo with the Blade Surge as well. You shouldn't talk about prophecies, man. Right as you do, it's TLS coming back, finding a play with the conceal. It's Super Chiron now. Punching down on the ground. Zenks was the only survivor in that skirmish. Crown recalled, so Mukri and G-Caps had to just take that sacrificial death.
And right now, it looks like they're going to get the bottom turret here. Crown gets founded out. Okay, at least he gets his buff. I actually thought the Marcel caught it. And now, look at the Esmeralda. Esmeralda chasing after the CEO. Girls, this is what you need to do. If you found a guy you like, chase after him. But give him some space, like what Sep is doing. You know, you show you're interested, and then you back off.
That's a strategy right there, you know. Sometimes you just got to get these life lessons from casters who cast MLBB. Look at this. But sometimes when you try to, you know, chase, then people just gank you in an alley. Sep, feeling it. Oh, my God. Never mind. It's all planned. Sep is just better right there. He just goes up against 4. The whole team this time didn't forget their friends. Went in together with Sep.
Mirko, the lesson here is that even if you like a girl and you chase, you don't have to chase too hard. Ooh. You know, sometimes, you know, may tali-tali. You know, you pull her in, you let her go. Like that was trying too hard, guys. Don't try too hard.
Yeah, well, that was in Malay, folks. In English, it's play to. Oh, what's Mukri with the lightning on Madeira? That means, now what's the story behind that, right? So Mukri, when you commit and you just blurt everything out, you'll get the dude.
Yep. Hey, Madeira's down, right?
Exactly.
So he didn't really have a choice, but sometimes you just be like that.
You do be like that sometimes. Like, it's all that. And, you know, so for Sep, he's going to get a chastised pauldron. I think he's done chasing. His chasing days are over. Now it's time to end it, bro. Maybe that chase worked earlier. They got together, and sometimes it don't work out. So.
Well, G-Caps right now all alone. Gets terrified. And now even forcing out the flicker from Shinra. Don't know if that's fully necessary or not. Oh, hold on. Super Saiyan has to go to the side. Lord marches in. Oh! And even flicker forward. G-Caps gets free. And from the side. Oh, hold on. Golden Hour catches through. Crown is safe from behind. Zenks has to flicker out. He does have the Sky Piercer, but the damage is not there just yet. Seth has to get away, but the chase is on. Timor Leste wants to get a kill, and Zenks secures it for himself. Seth goes back and finds free. The Crown gets taken down. Zenks gets a double. He's looking for the triple. Seth is there as the bodyguard.
Oh my God.
Going up against Zenks. Can he get away? Zenks is chasing. This might be chasing too hard. All right, he's chilling right now, Mirko.
Be like Zenks. He knows when to go back, when to chase even further. Now he goes for the orange buff. He doesn't lock himself into one. He finds the targets as they walk into him. Look at this. He sees Super K. Now he doesn't. Boom! Super K straight into his demise. Another stack of the Sky Piercer. Now I believe it's 40 or 30 stacks on that Sky Piercer. Zenks is an absolute beast on the Brody, really showing how it's supposed to be done on the Brody right now. Super K was not able to see that coming. Now on the bottom, they go for the siege onto the base, or they go again. But we're on Madeira, who's going to go for the clear. It's again the Wrath of the Dryad locking him down and into the burst. Oh my God. Zenks with the unstoppable. That means that's 50 stacks on the Sky Piercer, bruh.
I believe it's 40 because I think he got at 2 kills. But either way, that don't matter, bro. Numbers are suggestions. And now Sep suggests his team to back off. 30 seconds, the Lord's coming. By that time, if Timor-Leste wants to fight, come in here, bro. We know how to fight around the Lord. And looking at the items here, look at the damage being dished out. Right now, Crown having that 100 strike. Beautiful penetration. BOD, straight up muscles, right? Just raw damage. And then endless battle. You battle endlessly. There you go.
That is true. That is true. You will be able to fight for a bit longer with the endless battle, right? I think maybe that's, I don't know. I might be wrong, but maybe that's why Muton named it Endless Battle.
Come on, with the lightning truncheon, right? That Shinra has, he's truncheoning, right? You get what I'm saying?
I see the vision. I see the vision right now, right? Except with the chastised pauldron, he's chastised in the pauldron.
There you go. Now you're on it. Now you're a librarian, right? So with the difference of gold that Brunei has right now, with the kill difference, is really not that much. But the dangerous thing about Brunei is that they have different, what do you call this? Damage profiles. Burst in magic, burst in physical, and then Crown, he's for that extended fight. It's very difficult for Timor-Leste to really fight around this.
I agree. It's just, they don't really have a competition to clear the waves either, right? Like, it's a Valentina and even a Mia. At this point, he should already have enough items to deal with waves, but unlike game number 1, it's not really a split push Mia. Commander Dutch walking up against Zenks. He's going to go for the siege on the last base turn of the game here up top. Madeira with the Queller. Melfic gun for Super K. The Lord's deal is so much damage over on the Crystal already. After the Dryad, that was literally just G-Caps aura farming. Falling Star moving to the backline as well. Now Zenks can play with that range. Shinra looking for the Wrath of the Dryad. Won't be able to find it. Now the conceal from Banner Dutch.
Well, right now, I do have to say, Timor-Leste, it's going to be very difficult for them to really play this game because 14 minutes in and you don't have your inhibitors anymore. And in terms of scaling, Brunei is going to scale much harder, considering that Zenks has 50 stacks of Sky Piercer. That's already pretty nasty. Crown is still scaling up. And Timor-Leste, I really feel like going into the next game, they got to know what to prioritize, Mirko, because even in that situation just now, multiple members were protecting the inhibitors. And that's important, sure, but the Lord was already on your crystal. It ain't gonna matter for you to protect that if the game is over, right? For Siren, find Sep, and it looks like Timor-Leste, they might be waiting for some kind of gank, but will we see a 1v1 here between Madeira as well as Crown? Maybe he can try. Madeira gets weight.
Okay. Is just playing it safe again. They're trying to scale here for Super K. Would love to see the items right now to see exactly how much they've scaled, how much, if Super K is even ready, that's the question, to go for the skirmish. What build he went for as well, right? Is it the crit build? It is.
Oh, it is crit build.
Yeah, earlier was it attack speed? Because usually we see attack speed. Okay, maybe he just went for the wrong build here, but we'll see. Against these frontliners. Oh, Mukri! Able to find the massive play now. It's the golden hour. Zenks is able to pick up the Marcel. It's another pickoff here as that's a shutdown for Crown, and they're going to go straight for the base now with Super K with a fly. Oh, he's able to buy so much time, but in the end, it's Zenks with the wind of nature to pick up the triple. And it's a wipeout against Timor-Leste. Brunei 2-0 up. It's match point and a game away to secure a grand final rematch against Vietnam.
Congratulations to Brunei. It's not over just yet. It is a best of 5. But starting off with 2-0 must feel great. If you get reverse sweep, that must feel awful. So let's hope that does not happen. That already happened once today, Mirko. Brunei, they gotta lock in. And looking at how they play, especially Mukri on this Eudora. Screw the KDA. His damage, bro, that's shocking.
That is shocking. for sure, man. And this time, Mr. Teacher Man, Brunei were able to do it. LaFell, they chose the same heroes, at least the carries here. And Timor-Leste tried to replicate the success that Brunei had with the Suyo and the Mia, but they just weren't able to do it. Unfortunately for them, it is Brunei who have beaten them on both these compositions. So Timor-Leste, they might have to look for a different angle, different approach to game number 3, or they might suffer the same fate here. 11-17, it is just unfortunate as we saw the siege towards the end. Yeah, not enough damage at all from Super K, even with the Berserker's Fury. Yeah, the true damage wasn't enough to get through the Wind of Nature. We'll see exactly how much damage they dealt very, very soon. I think for me, they just can't get past Sep, dude. And oh God, right as I say that, number 1 most damage is actually Sep as well on the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's been doing quite a good job to interact with the opponents. And Super K only doing 44,000. It's less than I thought, but I'm more worried looking at everyone else's damage. It's barely there, despite Sep always being in their face, right? I feel like because you always have a tanky hero in front of you, I would assume you would do a lot of damage, unless the damage against the shield is just not calculated in the system, and that's why. But still, yeah, right now for Timor-Leste, I feel like they just haven't gotten the right idea just yet of what kind of play they should really do. Because even Super K, like, I'm not a gold laner, I don't play Mia, so I'm honestly, like, this is a genuine question. I do not know what's the best build for her, either the Mahat Sword or the Berserker Fury route, right? So I'm not entirely sure whether his build is right or not.
Yeah, we've seen so far more Trinity builds in this meta. Yep. Like Iman, when he first used it in GOTF as well, was with the triple attack speed item.
Demon Hunter, yeah.
It does seem like that is the better way to build it. But I guess we'll find out as we get more Mia games, because right now I think we've only had, 3 total Mia games. So there's obviously a lot more room for that, the data pool to grow for the Mia. But yeah, for now, it really just seems like Brody might be the best pick in the gold lane, dude. This was first phase picked in a couple of the games, even for Hong Kong, China versus Korea, and it just ended up winning the game.
Personally, for me, I'm okay with glazing Brody because he hasn't been around for a while. But Sep is really showing up. Like, he's that guy. He is him or her. Her is she. She is he.
She is her.
What? Right, there you go.
It's a boom bang bada bing kind of moment, man, and we will see the boom bang bada bing, because big question is, Brunei, they're always leading 2-0, but can they close it out? We'll find out the answer to that question after this break.
Baby, feel the heat. We do it so naturally. Don't stop, let the speakers pop. Boom, 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 for the bass drum drop. Shake your body, baby, give it up. Tonight, that's what I want. Baby, I got the fire if you get it down. No, we stop time, 'cause I don't play around. See me burning it up, I'm getting hot now. I'm lighting it up.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I think they were talking amongst themselves, right? Like Mukri is talking to Sep, like, hey, Sep, do you want me to pick up the Valentina so you don't get countered? And he's like, I think we don't have to overthink it. It's fine. Pick up Eudora. It's okay. We have double lightning, right? Especially after that second game. I have a feeling Mukri is like, yo, Eudora, it's pretty tight. That's a lot of damage. I like a lot of damage. So now I feel like they're just riding the momentum here, Mirko. And then at least now the glue pick is new, and glue is generally good, especially seeing that I don't think Brunei is going to counter this glue so much.
Nope, doesn't look like that. It is going to be the glue. Go. They banned out the Claude, something that we were expecting earlier. This is not a bad game for Melissa, though. I know it's not really the best of matchups if you go head-to-head against the Brody, but if you play it well, it's amazing against the Glue. The Glue won't be able to even go for the mount on anybody. So just keep your mind on the Melissa. Maybe it might show up here. The Barats still gets banned out as they have already locked in the Sora and the Belric. So no more flex into the XP, no more Uranus probability over there. Timor-Leste, another gold lane like a Moskov. They want to take away, these. If they want to replicate what they did in game number 1 by forcing out one of these flicker gold laners. In game number 1, it was a Mia, so technically flicker, but with a built-in purify.
You're very Timor-Leste right now. You're calling the draft here. The Uranus gets banned as well. You're very Timor-Leste. If a Phobius would be great, but we haven't seen the Phobius. So I'm just gonna say tanky XPs, the Terizla, the Atlas, like all of those would be pretty good. At this point, I feel like just get protection, right? Let Madeira deal as much damage as it can. Same as Super K. And then here's the crazy thing, Marco. Just trust me.
Okay.
Clear the lanes. Don't let the opponent just takes it for free. Crazy idea, but protect your lanes. That's something you have to think about.
That is a crazy idea, man. But maybe just forget your friends. Remember, F your friends, forget your friends, man. Maybe the third time it'll work out. Technically for Sep, it's worked out all the time. And he's literally been forgotten a couple of times on the Sora, on the Esmeralda. They go for the Juicin. So I'm expecting just burst right now. The Melissa, again, still makes sense. They want to go Ling. Ooh. Really? Ling? It's crazy. It's crazy. They actually... Wow. And the Clint. They are looking for lane advantage. And for the lane to capitalize on lane advantage. They
want to get noticed, Mirko. They want TikTok to know their clips. They want to see this Ling fly, getting 4 swords, and dancing and mucking about. This is Brunei say, we got this in the bag, so we're gonna make it flashy. Or the start of the reverse sweep. It's either or.
Brunei have shown that they do have the tendency to, get overconfident. We've seen it a couple of times. Well, literally by a couple, I mean once, but it was literally right before this. Let's see. Timor-Leste with a final pick. What is going to XP? Is it just the Esmeralda? No, they go for the Lapu Lapu on Super Chiron. He's had enough of the Uranuses, of the Esmeraldas. He wants to make some plays, and it seems like for Timor-Leste, this is their last stand. No holds barred. They're going straight for comfort. No more Mr. Nice Timor-Leste.
I mean, you know what they always say? If you're really struggling, just take a Filipino. So they pick up the Lapu Lapu. That should, in theory, work out if he does well. Because I really feel like Lapu is kind of like a Cho, kind of like a Zushin. Even if they're not in the meta, they are kind of in the meta because he can do things. He does damage, he can absorb damage, and he has 2 swords, and sometimes he has 1 big sword. What else do you really need from a hero?
Not much. That's all you need, big swords, big items, get the lead early, crack the crystal. It's a very simple game as long as you actually break the crystal. But some people decide to hit the minions or go for kills when they can hit the crystal. So, it's really up to the players if they want to make it difficult or easy. But this time, it's elimination they're fighting for, right? Whoever loses this, there's no more lives. And for Timor-Leste, it is now or never. It is match point for Brunei as they try to make it back to a rematch against the team, Vietnam, who put them down in the reverse sweep fashion.
I mean, here's the thing, Mirko. Some people are actually addicted to cortisol. They like feeling stress.
Ooh.
Because not everyone can be like Tom Holland, right? He's living life on the easy mode. Some people, they are like me. They were born in the darkness. So when they're having a good time, they're uncomfortable. So they just sometimes have to make it hard for themselves. Because no one is going to help you.
I see the vision, and honestly, especially considering, I can relate with that. My goats always make it difficult for themselves.
Exactly. There you go.
Maybe that's the reason they're champions.
Yeah. They had a difficult time growing up, and they want to keep it that way. Right now, freezing the wave here. I like it. That's masculinity. That's what I always say to my neighbors.
Yeah.
And they're like, why are you here? I'm like, you're right. I should go.
It's okay. Sometimes, invasion of someone's privacy can be cool. Sometimes they're like, why are you here? You say, I don't know, but they're like, I like it though. I enjoy your company. But right now, it does feel like Timor-Leste, they haven't really been able to utilize the mid control to do that, Lafel, to do what you just did, invade Brunei's privacy. With the Ling, you need to try to bully him in his own jungle. You can't let him farm up for free.
Well, Crown is about to hit level 4 here. The turtle is going to be there. It looks like Brunei, they might actually want to try to fight this one. Mukri already dishing quite a bit of damage onto Shinra. And Timor-Leste, they are trying their best to freeze this wave. But I'm not even entirely sure whether it's 100% effective or not. I mean, I guess Mukri is not level 3, so I guess he has been working out quite well. But, because of that, they're not really disturbing the link. So it's kind of like, I'm okay with this. You guys are having a hard time, but I'm pretty good. Yeah, for sure. Now, even opening up the vision, Madera sees this. He knows that this is going to be pretty free. Now, what else is going to happen? Because with the Yisun Shin, I feel like your farm is fast enough that if your mid is already winning, you can actually force some fights out. But that really depends whether Shinra as well as Vanderdarch, it's feeling like you guys feel like you want to fight. I do have to say though, Mirko, I feel like what happened just now between GCaps as well as Vanderdarch, it is lore accurate. I can actually see Patrick 1v1ing a tree.
Bang.
Right? Like you just see it. You know there's one episode where he probably does it. Finds a tree underwater that fights back. But now look at his 4 members of Brunei. They're marching forward, even flickering forward, gets 2, force out the Purify, and gets Vanderdarch down. First blood over to Mukri. Madera is there, did not hit the turtle boat. Somehow we just see Brunei, they really wanted that fight.
And again, it's Mukri who's on the board in game number 1. Remember, there was a lot of carries on the side, even in the jungle, but the main damage dealer was Mukri on the Valentina. And here again, it seems Mukri taken down by that bravest fighter of Super Tyrant. Those slashes coming down handy. This chap will fall. This again for Timor-Leste. It is tempo over Brunei in XP.
Yeah, and I really feel like this is Tyrant just showing his frustration. It's like, you know what, give me something with damage. I can take care of Seth. He's been doing well. Oh, look at the gold lane. Looks like they're ganking Zanks. No way for him to go. Oh my God. He's still surviving. Gets hunted. Mukri secured the kill for himself. This guy, they're protecting Zanks well here, Mirko.
They're doing so well. Shifting Skies now is going to be Sep trying to zone them in the back. Mukri with the stun over Super Tyrant. Now the bravest fighter is Bob Proud. Making his way over to the skirmish now. Getting over to the Divine Flame and the Red Tree. But it's one out by Madeira. It's still Super Tyrant alone. Getting the stun now as Super K with the rotation comes around and is able to pick up the kill on Sep. That makes it a big double for Timor-Leste.
And I gotta say, I feel like honestly, Crown could have actually gone for the 5. He's looking at his energy, and I feel like it is going to be enough, at least for him to poke some of the members of Timor-Leste, because maybe he can get a kill. Even if he didn't, at least he might get an assist. So I just feel like that's a wasted opportunity. And Mirko, Timor-Leste, they're the first one to get a turret. Are they doing it? Are they starting the reverse sweep here?
Oh, that might be the case there. Good deny on the gold crab as well. Brunei, they've been in this position before. Now, if they lose after getting match point, just like it might just be the flashbacks that they don't want to see, you know? It can literally bring them back to the past. Maybe that high cortisol build wasn't really the best angle to go for, but we'll see. It's still not over. Timor-Leste have a 2,000 goal lead. They're converting on objectives really well. In the bottom lane, it's the Brody, Super K on the turret. Mount down on the GCAP, bringing him back into Shimba now with the Lantern player as well, but GCAP still holding on to the Wrath of the Dryad, pops it in, but a torn apart memory takes him down. A big killing spree as Super Chiron uses the Bravest Fighter in his zone, and Crown can only just clear up top, looking for a trade on that tier 1.
And now look at this, Timor-Leste getting the second turret. Crown, he goes up top, tries to farm up as much as he can. It's 6. I feel like he should be 1 item and a half. The question is, what is going to be the first item? It usually is the Berserker Fury, but based on today, you know, some people might get creative.
How creative can you get, though?
Okay, it is Berserker. Okay.
Yeah, second should be the Haas Claw, so it's the classic Ling build. Hunter Strike into the War Axe, also classic for Madeira, and no Sky Piercer. Super K actually going to go for the Malefic Gun first. I think it's a missed opportunity, honestly, right? He should by now, if he did go for the Malefic Gun, if he went have to see straight to Sky Piercer, I think he should have gotten 2 stacks, but Malefic Gun is safer. It is more of the orthodox build. Wrath of Dryad lands onto blue. Mookie with the Ball Lightning and the Thunder's Wrath. Now GCAP's going to be stunned up, but Sep is able to go. Oh my god! Going into the backline, Super K taking low. Defiant Blade from Crowd. Able to go for 2 kills. Madeira, classic crazy mechanics here. But the killing spree from Madeira saves him. And in the back at Super Chiron trying to get the kill on Zanks, but he gets away with the flicker on time.
It's unfortunate because I really feel like he could have gotten the kill, but he does not have the healing from the hospital just yet. GCAP's taking quite a bit of damage. Timor-Leste, they're going to secure the turtle. The last time we look at the items, there's a 700 gold difference between Madeira as well as Crown. Now I feel like it's just extended. Now even Mookie's damage isn't enough to take down Madeira, but Seb is going to try. He gets stunned up by the glue here. And Madeira is getting away scot-free.
Yeah, they can't be taking too many risks here. That skirmish gave Brunei a little bit more of, you know, a chance in this game to come back. Luckily, they were able to really punish Crown, yeah? They were able to get the purple buff out of his hands, and it didn't really become too big because there were no conversions on objectives. Wrath of the Dryad, I believe GCAPs went in with the flick. Big moves by Brunei, but amazing reads and reactions by Timor-Leste.
Well, right now, Brunei is just like, guys, just give Crown a farm. He should be able to do something. But part of me is even thinking, who do you want to give the farm to? Is it Zanks or Crown? Because Crown has been pretty good, but I don't know. What do you think, Marco?
I think they have to continue to give the gold over to Crown, man. And he's the only man making plays right now. It doesn't seem like Zanks has been able to really reach him. I think he gets farm in a different way. Up top, it's a 1v1. Yeah, and this is risky to take for Crown, dude. 2 levels, Madeira is up. But yeah, Crown. I think it is good to give gold to Crown.
Well, right now, Zanks is just here, clearing away 4 members of Timor-Leste. Sep flickers forward, gets 2. But look at that, Mercury secures the kill onto Super K. Super Strength tried to go in. Crown gets Shinra. Trident gets away. Thunder Dutch is able to get onto someone, but doesn't matter. Crown gets the double, and it's just waiting for his own demise. Zank secures a kill onto Vander Dutch all the while. Madeira, I think he should be able to secure the purple buff here. So I don't think it's worth your friends, but you know what? That's your friend. It's on them. It's not on you, Madeira.
That is so true, but it's also kind of the reason why the Ling is still something that's very underrated, a pick that's very underrated in the meta, right? Like, yes, you don't have too much map pressure in the early game, but once you get items, you can go up top, bait out the enemy jungler to go up, and then you regroup with your friends a lot faster. So you get the mana advantage just from the mobility that you have over an enemy jungler. That's exactly what happened. Not Madeira's fault. Honestly, Timor-Leste should have been aware of that 4v5 possibility. And honestly, even if it wasn't 4v5, it would be bad. Flicker, Wrath of the Dryad peel. Oh, again it's Sam! Finally shifting skies, amount of shock lands, but again, Sam in the front just able to get everybody in a good spot, and that was Crown with the cleanup. He's looking for the jump on Super K, Defiant Blade, able to lock him down. That was just with the basic attack. Tempest Blade's ready. Now it's the last hit for a double and a wipeout for Brunei against Timor-Leste.
I feel like Timor-Leste, they were not ready for that Mukri burst, man, because they went in guns blazing, and then Mukri just brought the thunder down. And then like look at their HP melt. I think even they're like, yo, that's not part of the plan, guys. Like, what was that damage?
Again, even if Madeira made it to the bottom lane, the fight started with Super K getting caught off position, so it wouldn't have been too big of, a difference. That's why we keep on saying when the Brody gets picked up early, it's so difficult because it basically gives the opportunity to the opponents, this case Brunei, to get CC, someone that can dive, someone that can walk is Brody. And it doesn't matter how good you are, unless, I guess, you're Kelra, right? They can dodge the rapid drive constantly. Oh, the stun comes around. Now they go for the jump, and it's going to be the Tempest of Blaze from Crown. Still saving it, and he uses it to get back the Dutch out of it. Oh my God! The Defiant Blaze from Crown! A double under the base. It's A-OK. Perfect mechanics. G-Cap trying to go for the taunt. Zen X with the chase as well. A flicker out by Chiron as now it'll be the Holy Shield in mid-crop.
Well, now Zenx, he does have that Sky Piercer. Doesn't seem like Brunei can end the game now. Oh, but they're able to proc out that Holy Shield early. So now the Lord is going to be able to deal a significant amount of damage. And Zenx, Super Chiron jumps in, able to sustain just enough to survive the shots coming in from Zenx. I was worried there because he just got that Sky Piercer. You don't want to give an early one to him.
And now it's all about the defense. With a composition like this, you have double marksman. Yes, you can play to the late game, but I feel like Brunei's composition skill is better. With the Ling, with the Clint, Eudora is just an extra way to burst these guys down. And even the tanky boys are going to really feel the damage of the Thunder's Wrath just because of the magic defense reduction that they have. And the fact that Crown can't even be slain, dude. Vander Dutch on the glue. If he mounts, Tempest of Blades comes around, and now it's G-Caps, who has his conceal taken out. He has the immortality, though, so it's A-OK even when he dies early. Shinra, this is a risky move.
They're trying to get away.
G-Caps is going for the chase. Zanx is doing so much damage, and it's Crown who's lingering. Oh, Seven again with the shifting skies. Now with the rapid drive comboing it again. His guess going to be Super K, who gets taken out. The bravest fighter in the back is now. It's a jump. Knock up onto Banner Dutch. The rest of the team following it through. He's, oh my God, if I am playing under turret. Crown is godlike on Ling.
And right now, this is the big difference of, yes, you have two scalers, but the difference is Brunei, they can get the target they want. Timor-Leste can say the same, and now able to take down Zank Sinra. Good defense there, but looks like they still have to trade their upper turret. With everything that's been happening in has to be the game isn't over just yet. Oh, not fast enough.
No. Brunei, they've literally turned the gold lead around. It was Timor-Leste for the better part of this game. I think more than half, 9 minutes in, where it was Timor-Leste who was leading. It was Timor-Leste who had the lead. It was Timor-Leste who had the map control. It was Timor-Leste with the purple buff steals on Crown, not letting him play. But after a few more minutes of Brunei using the macro game, that mobility of the Ling to get the mana advantages, and Seth with the eye on Super K, always, has turned it around completely. And now they go for possibly the last Lord of the game.
Well, right now, Madeira does see vision around everyone. G-Cap is just waiting for his opportunity. Same as Mukri, just to get a very big team fight. So when I say Madeira, now even the turtle boat is gone. So they are losing one avenue of stun. And I feel like they're happy with this. They just want to see where Madeira as well as Super K is so that Crown knows where the target is going to be. And now he even gets his purple buff. This is all good for Brunei. Even Madeira is out of the fight. Wait, is he not? Okay, now he is. All good.
G-Caps. Wait, they even reset this. This isn't really the best start to the Lord fight, but then it's going to be the famous fighter coming down. Retribution still good for Crown. Oh my God, that damage again. It's always so off-putting now as Crown is able to jump into the back line. That Super K was a bit of nature, but the Tempest of Blades comes in the end to get him a double kill. And now he goes on the Blaze. Madeira zoned away. Shinra's trying to get the knock-up. Mukri falls to the glue, but Zanx is able to get the kill in the end. It's 3 for 1 and the Lord to Brunei.
It's always so funny to see the glue jumping onto someone, and I was thinking, Crown, don't hit him, and it's like, yeah, I don't care. I need my KD. So kills Mookie. He's like, you know, Mookie, it's fine. You're never going to get the MVP anyways. And now, Lord marching up top. 21 kills to 8. Look at that damage from Zanks.
They have everything, man. They have the Lord. Going to be back up with Vanderdush. So at least Timor-Leste will be able to defend with 5. But Brunei has done such a good job. They don't rush into the siege. They don't push up top. They wait for these waves to build up. Now there's going to be another wave that stops the Lord up top, which means they can set up for another 3-wave push with mid and bot. But I think it's mismanaged. I think they're not in the right position. Timor-Leste is able to just walk up on the Lord, taking it at half HP, so might not be the edge. The flicker with the shifting skies, so it's still possible to set, but in the end, it is Timor-Leste who still are able to defend.
A bit of a wasted opportunity, but now looks like they're going to try again. Sep able to get one, but dodge it out. Now it's just Vanderdeck. Oh, Josh in the front. Santi gets a kill there. Tepa's up late, gets Haunted 3. Legendary double kill for ground. And now the Lapu tries his very best to clear the minions, gets taken down. Triple kill. Brunei moves on to ENC.
We got a full 5 games for our first grand finals of the ENC 26 qualification day. But in our second grand final run, or our second qualifier of the grand finals, rather, in the lower bracket final of the Southeast Asian bracket, it is Brunei who are able to show how much better they are here with a 3-0 in this best of 5 over Timor-Leste, outclassing them throughout the 3 games, even picking up the same picks that Timor-Leste had in the Eastern shit in the Brody in game number 2 and still being able to beat them out with it. 14-1-4, a statement from Crowd as he makes it to ENC.
And part of the reason why he did so well in this game is because no one can really stop him once he gets going. I mean, like, they could have tried to invade the jungle, making it so that they can't farm up, but they didn't do that. They were focused on making sure that Mukri doesn't get his minions, allowing Crown to free farm. And the only time you can allow the Link to free farm if you have a way to deal with it, right? If you have a Moskov, if you have, you know, any kind of catch hero. But in this game, not really. So I feel like Timor-Leste didn't play well with the draft that they have, and they didn't punish Brunei for the draft that they have. So it really is just about, like, not understanding how to play around the drafts here, which I believe even the coaches are being vocal about how some of the teams that are not performing well, they just don't understand win conditions and they don't know how to shut it down.
How Brunei get themselves ready for a rematch against Vietnam, right? Like, both of them have qualified, yes, but in that grand final, it still matters a lot coming into ENC to have that in the back of your mind, in the back of your thoughts. I'm thinking, all right, we came from Southeast Asian qualifiers as the best, right? So, Timor-Leste, yes.
Lower brackets here, we see that Ukraine is just waiting for either Poland or Kazakhstan. Over here, we do have 2 teams going to qualify. So whoever wins this match immediately qualifies. Whoever loses will have to go up against Ukraine to get that chance to qualify to ENC.
It's definitely one of those things that we're going to have to keep out for, especially since, again, we're looking at the Polish team. It's Mako, Kuru, Silva, Nandayo, Pagu, of course, and Kusen. I mean, Pagu being one of the more notable names here, having played under Aurora during MSC as well as Digital Games, now representing here for Poland as part of the team. The insight that they need, but at the same time, I'm wondering, because they've kind of crushed it throughout the brackets. Like, maybe it's not just up to Pagu. Maybe the rest of this team has some real hitters.
But now we're looking at Kazakhstan, and a lot of them are from Ruin Eaters. We got King Sula, Baby Agop, Tashtik, Ovin, as well as Riz 4T. Tashtik, Ovin, and Riz 4T. We just saw them in a previous tournament, and they look amazing. Ovin, if he gets that Selena, it's going to be nasty. So I'm looking forward to see Poland batting that.
I'm looking to see if whether or not like teams are going to start showing us some new tech here, especially when we're talking about Kazakhstan. I've been very impressed with what they've been showing up in the drafts, but the same can be said about the Polish team. Whether or not they have like a dedicated style, I mean, I think that Pagu is going to be bringing a lot of his influences from his professional career for this overall play style for Poland, but just based on the games that they played so far, there's not too much information on the exact drafts that they're going for, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, drafts is one thing, but executing is a much different thing, right? Pagu, he's been with Aurora for quite a while, so that kind of synergy just comes automatically. And I feel he can give very good drafts over to Poland here, but again, executing it is going to be very difficult because Aurora Turkey, like the way that they've been playing, I think not many people can replicate. I'm sure many people have tried, they want to do it, but they haven't. But again, we did see just now, if that was not a mistake, Poland won game 1 against Kazakhstan. And I feel like that's quite an achievement because Kazakhstan is no joke.
They are no joke. It looks like the draft is already ready. Let's hop on in and check out some of the heroes that they're opting to lean into, or at least get some semblance of an idea of what happened during game 1, right? Maybe that's going to tell us a little bit about the play styles, or more so some here today. We'll pull it up in just a little bit, but in the meantime, right, do you think that at least Poland at this stage of the game, yes, I know that Pagu is going to be like the main person we're focusing on, but are you hoping that they've got like the tactics or more so the mechanics to make it work?
I feel like going up against Kazakhstan, you need mechanics because Kazakhstan has a lot of firepower. So if you can't overpower them, at least match them. But now we have the draft started here. It looks like Kazakhstan will be the first pick, batting out the Freya as well as the Harley. Poland batting out the Melissa as well as the Marcel. For now, not a lot of EXP bans. The Uranus, the Barats are still open, but hey, maybe it's just like Brunei going up against Timor-Leste earlier. They just have a pocket meta for each region.
I mean, it could be. That could be the case here, but let's see. You know, we're comparing it to what we know, which is the meta as of in right now. Usually it's either, you know, a Belleric or Atlas that eventually gets axed out here, and then maybe it's Hirara and Fanny on the opposite side. We'll see as we're coming down to the last 4 seconds of blue side. Kazakhstan will be playing from. Poland going to be playing on the red side. That's Eudora going to get banned here. This opens up Fanny and Hirara.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is going to be pretty interesting because Fanny players are slowly becoming rarer and rarer.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like more teams have more practice on that Hirara, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to adjust. And like I asked for, they do ban out that Selena. We've seen teams just play it very safe and pick up an EXP first, either the Uranus or the Barats.
Yeah.
Because as cool as Fanny is, I think there are counters to it. So maybe they will play it a little bit safer for this one.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. They got 30 seconds to make a decision about what that first pick is going to be, and they just can't let their fingers off of Atlas, which means Poland will be able to get a priority EXP laner +1. That could be, you know, Hirara plus the Uranus. Hirara probably going to be definitely picked up. It's just too good in professional play with what it can do for the setups. But unless they've got like a direct combination that they want to play with Hirara, like usually it's with the Arlet or something of that sort, CC upon CC, get the Vengeance resets, and then just go crazy.
Now, I wonder if they want to get a Valentina so that they can kind of pseudo counter this Atlas. Personally, for me, I feel like it's not every time worth it, like unless we're really good at Valentina. So they're not going to go that route. They pick up the Uranus here. So Kazakhstan, if they pick up the Barats, they have multiple crowd controls, one AoE, one more single target focus. Is just that you just kind of have to give it to Uranus. He's going to win the lane. So they pick up the Paquito. And so far, looks like all Paquito has been transitioning into the jungle. For now, we're seeing that retribution on him. So we're just going to assume that, especially because, you know, Dr. Demuro looks like in scrims and in professional play, Paquito so far has had a very good time going up against Hirara. Hirara doesn't have enough strength to burst it down just yet. And then once he's out of that stun, can just go back in and punch her harder.
Yep. I mean, especially with a knock-up strike, right? If you can get 2 knock-up strikes down back-to-back while still staying ahead of the Hirara, cancels out like a good chunk of her abilities, stops her mobility if you can catch her on the first knock-up. Okay. All right, so it's definitely Paquito jungle. We got a Belleric going to the EXP. So they've got like the double CC, but we've seen teams punish this pretty hard, right? Like, I don't think it's going to be the Kimmy, if not the Zushin at best. but this is
I feel like Zushin is pretty good actually, right? Because you already have two guys being in front, and they have a lot of HP, especially that Belleric. And considering, was it like what 4 or 5 months ago, the revamp for her damage, like the more HP the guy has, the more damage that Slam does. They're hovering the Zetian. I'm not entirely sure here, Gideon, because Zetian is a cool hero. It's just that I feel like mid heroes aren't the best, so they pick up the Claude first. It's very safe. Now let's talk about this Atlas and
is the proof
Belleric
that I'm
pick,
still
because
alive.
I think this is a pseudo change. I feel like some teams have tried this, but showing it quite early, it's pretty interesting, no?
I mean, it is interesting. We'll see what the battle spells are at the end of the draft. I'm hoping that if Belleric is going to go into the EXP, it's going to be Flicker at the end of the day. That's going to be pretty important for this matchup. But I don't know. I'm on the opinion that that Valentina actually just doesn't seem that bad anymore. Like, I'm thinking whether Valentina should have been picked for Red 3 instead of this Claude, because they still had plenty of options, but it looks like they just wanted to have like a clear out in the second phase of what they wanted to ban.
Or maybe Kazakhstan just has the idea we're just going to overwhelm the Valentina, right? I feel now that the Novaria has been banned out, I think it's a little bit safer for that Valentina pick, because not going up against Selena or Novaria, and even the Eudora, I think it's going to be quite an easier lane. Because I feel like going up against Novaria, sometimes it gets annoying to get hit from afar. Selena just wins the early trades, and then that Eudora is also a pain to deal with. And now Pago's heroes are getting focused out. Matilda as well as the Minotaur are banned out. They're hovering this Zetian again. I don't know if this is just a signature. I think the Zushin will be better, especially when you have a Uranus as well as Hirara. This makes it so that you can fight whenever you want.
Yeah, I prefer that a little bit more, especially since the Hirara really struggles to like get her damage down effectively without putting herself in like grave danger. Like, it's hard to all in with the Hirara using all of your combo points. You usually save the second half of your combo points for iframes and, you know, buying a little bit of time so that you can your dashes back up off the cooldown. That's based on what we're seeing. 3 Purifies as of yet. Question is for Kazakhstan, how do they round out this composition? And I'm thinking like probably something like Rafa mid, dedicated gold lane, or could they go double fighters? No, that'd be too crazy.
Well, we're seeing the Farsa here, and I'm liking the Farsa. Sure, it's going to be awkward going up against the Claude when he does have his items, but you think about that later on. That's a 12-minute Ulvin problem to solve. Before that, it should be okay. But this Zas, though, I'm not a fan of Zask.
I don't think it's a bad idea, though.
Everlasting.
Yeah, but the Claude does more damage to like what you call it, like creeps and stuff, and that counts. So they pick up the carry, which I think is much better. Can deal with the Claude as well as the Uranus. Has to be careful of the Zushin, but that's kind of Ulvin's job to deal with, anyways.
Yeah. Definitely. So now at least for Kazakhstan, they have a means to kind of punish that front line. If they get like bigger sets, even better for both Farsa as well as this carry. But they also kept in mind that, hey, if the support shows up and it happens to be a tank, we can also hurt that too. So now we have a very clear line for Kazakhstan on how they want to play some of the bigger team fights, but it's mainly about scaling. If this Paquito is able to get elite, that's great. But on the Polish side, on the other hand, I think they want to skirmish. They want to keep these fights as separated as possible, and then eventually build upon small skirmish leads.
I do have to say though, I'm liking how both teams are drafting, because they have synergistic drafts. For Kazakhstan, quite a lot of bursts between the Paquito as well as the Farsa. And when it comes to the late game, the shred coming in from the carry is going to help a lot. When we're looking at Poland, they kind of like have a continuous way to fight. You know, Uranus can stay there forever. The Zushin can have a lot of different ways to control the map, same as Harara. So it's different play style. So it really is just going to be execution between the teams, because it's not just going to be like who's stronger. No, this one, there needs some finesse in this.
Yeah, they need to be very, very precise with the way that they attack their opponents. They can't just say, everybody go pick a target and then figure it out. But let's jump right into game and figure it out here in game number 2 for the qualification spot here to get into ENC. It's Kazakhstan on the blue side facing up against Poland on the red side. First things first, I'm more curious about whether or not that they took concussive blast. It looks like for baby Agop, yes, he did take that concussive blast, but Pagu, he's looking to trade hard. Impure Rage instead. First things first, let's look at getting level 2 fast.
Yeah. By the way, if Paquito makes a play, I might just call him Paquito because I'm not sure how I'm going to say that name fast. Sula Golod.
Just call him the king. Just call him the king. You know, save us a little bit of syllables here for the play-by-play. But now we're seeing an early invade attempt from the Polish team, and they've immediately gone from buff immediately to green camp on opposite side, and will take both green camps while this invasion from Paquito on the top side is currently in effect.
But look at that. Look at Kuru. Kuru is already going into the orange buff. Baby Agov is doing a good job trying to deter Maku away. So because of that, I don't think Kuru got the buff, because if he did, that would be pretty sad. Did he? No, he didn't.
He didn't. Had to retreat a little earlier just in case this Beleric decided to be a little here. But that does mean, at the very least, that Maku is going to be one camp ahead of the king himself. God damn it. It's not as easy as I thought it was. I was so confident there to say his name. Either ways, Polish squad now taking their time here. First attempt on towards Zushin, forcing the flicker out, but it does mean that the Sig has an easy flicker forward. They catch one, they find first blood. Pagu too late to respond.
Yeah, but now we can see Maku is on the way. The turtle is going to spawn here. It looks like Kazakhstan, they're just going to clear the mid first, so they have a lot of priority. Silver Nandayo is coming, though. But I don't think they have the position to really contest for this one. Pagu taking quite a lot of damage, and now with the Feather Airstrike forces Pagu to use the flicker. Maybe Agop even stopping them. And looks like the king is able to get the turtle. The fight continues as they're able to get the Paquito. Beautiful back secures the kill. And not even taunting him. Baby Agop secures the kill on the Maku. Both of the junglers are taken down, but Silver Nandayo is still healthy, pulling Baby Agop here. But Pagu secures the kill.
This was the major problem. We were talking about the lineup from Kazakhstan. Like, yes, they've got some big wombo combos, but as soon as all of the cooldowns have been thrown out, the only person who can basically fight forever is going to be Reese 4T, right? The King Sula, unfortunately, can only go in and out. He is playing a kill spree Paquito, so he doesn't necessarily want to hang around for too long, especially since he has camps to clear. At the end of the day, his level is going to be directly tied to his retribution. The higher your level, the higher chance you're going to be able to secure the neutral objectives.
One thing I do have to say, though, Gideon, this is an interesting observation I'm making. It looks like most junglers now are going for the bloody retribution for that extra damage. So I think that's just a interesting thing to observe, because I feel like a lot of the tank jungle meta, people have gotten used to the ice retribution, but now after using damagers, they're like, actually no, maybe we can just have just a little bit more damage.
I'll be real with you, it's so good. The ice retribution, oh wait, hold on. Link's already in combination with the feathered airstrike. Maku tries to disengage, but is a little too late to respond to this. He might end up losing another camp over it, and it looks like King Sula is able to find it again. Both green camps this time taking back to even up the score.
Yeah, as you were saying about the retribution, it's nasty.
It's real nasty, especially if you get the bloody retribution on the right target. Sorry, red retribution on the right targets, right? Especially in these 1v. It's kind of impossible for Maku to 1v1 the Paquito. Like, naturally, his base damage is higher, but at the same time, with that red retribution, like, you don't deal enough. Like, nowhere close to enough.
Well, right now, for the airstrike fuse, but Kuisan goes in, disrupts Open. Open has to cancel it out, but so it's able to get the Harara double kill for the Paquito. And now Pagu couldn't do anything. Hashtag is going to slow down Pagu. Pagu is free for the taking. Oven secures the kill. Give it a
off, and some good AoE coming up from King Sula as well with his knockout strikes. Also, Ovid, really great way to kind of open up that fight to begin with. Dive on top side, going to be very clean as Q10 unfortunately dies, and that means, you know what, 4T, Riz 4T, he is just going to have the gold lane experience. Like, it's all being handed to him. Assists, the wave, the entire plating as well. well, actually, I'm not sure about every single crab, but at least 2 out of the 3 we've seen so far.
I mean, like, here's the thing. A Fed carry is a nasty carry. Now there's almost 5,000 gold lead between Kazakhstan as well as Poland here. And they're going to continue scaling up because as strong as the Claude is, it's not as nasty as the carry. And I would say that hold on, flicker forward gets chain CC to death. They really wanted Silver Nandayo. I even feel like it's not super necessary, but hey, you got the kill.
It sends a message. It sends a message that they will not be trifle with. They're trying to go for the re-engage here. Pretty good attempt here by Pagu. However, it's going to be the perfect match that slows him down, making this chase even harder to do. Blue already with the pass slam has repositioned this Farsa right into the blazing duet, allowing Hyuzen to cut them down one by one, but he doesn't have the Trinity, so he can't get to the front line as Kuru in the back wants Riz. Maku is able to up, baby, and now we've got a clear lead being turned around by our Polish representatives.
Oh, Riz, he's staying here. I don't know if that's a good idea. Escape Def ones, and now he is struggling with it. Looks like he's not going to get taken down, but that was very impressive. I really thought he would have died against Kuru, but able to dodge it out. Right now, clearing their map for themselves. As like you say with the fatal links, but Silver Nandayo was able to get out of there. No casualties from the side of Poland.
Yeah, this should be I like the off-tempo plays coming up from Kazakhstan. However, this second off-tempo play may have cost them a neutral objective, right? And King Sula, like, he wants to walk in on this, and yes, he does have a little bit of a level lead, but I don't think he can get anywhere close to the pit as long as Kuru is around. Not to mention that, really, Hashtag alongside with Baby have to make this work. Raptor Dryad already out. Blue now in some trouble here, getting hit by the feathered airstrike. He goes down to Baby Agapo, and now with the help of Nandayo, he will be able to find King Sula. Blazing Duet already out here. However, they need to play from front to back. Blue trying his best to zone the rest of the way, but at the very least, Silver Nandayo untouched and continuing to zone their opponents.
And now Poland continues the onslaught onto this turtle. Poland in this mid, flicker forward, gets Silver Nandayo, gets taken down by Olvin. Maku, I don't think it's going to be worth it. I do not think it's going to be worth it. You still secure the turtle, but I might be crazy. I don't think that was worth it, Gideon.
I mean, he's already like 3 levels down. He needs something, man. He needs something. I mean, and to be fair, at least we're 7 minutes into the game, so the death timers aren't like hyper punishing. But considering the amount of missing tier 1s, like, it gets harder. Raptor the Dryad's already out as they look to break the tier 1 open. Riz, look at him. Look at him. He's just free hitting. What are they going to do? They're not going to be able to stop him. They're going to pick him up at least one time, and then the auto attacks keep coming back up. The Blazing Duet finally catching 2 here on the Blazing Duet. He gets it. Olvin ends up losing his life, and so does Riz.
Right now, they're just brawling non-stop. They see an opportunity to go for it. Another fatal links where Segalon is going in, trying to get the kill. Did he get one? He probably got one.
He got one. I don't know.
I was focused on something else.
Don't worry. Silver Nandayo ended up going down.
I tried my very best to see him in.
Hey, that's why I got Wikipedia opened on the side to remind myself that his name is King Sula, right? The Sula. Right. You know, the first half of his name will always be remembered. But in terms of his build on this killing spree, he's already finished the Malefic Gun. Now he just needs a little bit of base stats to his HP to actually survive the onslaught. Because, god damn, Poland, they are not letting their foot off the gas, especially if Tashtik is going to fire his gun as soon as he sees an operator on the opposite side.
Well, now every play that Maku makes, I'm going to put in my head that he does have a Sky Piercer. So now when it's worth and not worth is going to be based on that. Like for this first Lord, I feel like for both teams, honestly, try to get as much kills as they can because, 9-minute Lord usually doesn't impact that much unless you get a lot of kills along the way, right? Because it's just not a tanky.
And honestly, I think it's kind of on Poland to try and steal this just so that they can get some tempo back, just so they can even up the economy. It's a very slight lead for Kazakhstan. Wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure I'm seeing somebody. I think it's Pagu getting blasted by the feathered airstrike alongside with. Oh wait, they even got Rice to actually drop his ult. He doesn't have his light wheel anymore. I think now we're going to see the Polish team actually look for the turnaround. They catch Belleric here. They punish it. Doesn't seem like they can get it just yet. Not without the Atlas to zone them away without the fatal links. Poland, they got the green light, and now they should get the Lord too.
But now look at Kazakhstan. They're looking for an avenue. They find Kuru, and even Pagu almost got taken down by the Feder S-Right. Now King Sula is there. He does have the champion stand, so the next attack is going to hurt quite a bit. And just off of that, Kazakhstan, they're back in control of this. And they secure it for themselves. Good. I would say, like, in and out of the fight. Poland, I don't know what happened there, but it took way too much. Sula Golodon.
King Sula, yeah.
I think that's the best attempt I've had.
I think that's by far your best attempt. I'm not gonna lie. I'll give that one to you. High score has been, and the bar has been set pretty high, but man, I'm just rather surprised with the way that Kazakhstan is playing this. Right, every single target they are just looking to just fight. They're so down to brawl. They're so generous with their ultimates at this stage of the game. And it looks like the Polish squad are trying to be more tactical about it. But if they don't make a decision quick, like blitzing down the Lord when they have the opportunity to, then it's going to get tougher and a lot harder because they're about to lose inhibitors if things don't go well.
Well, right now, Kazakhstan having just a bit over 4,000 gold lead here. And now Tashtik even having the chastise folder is going to be very difficult for Poland to really take him down. So now Kazakhstan is all about, I would say, maintaining a good distance away. Maybe Algov is trying to set something up. He'll get taunted, but from behind comes in. Looks like able to dodge out the fatal link, but the damage is still there. Olvin gets Pagu, and now Grayson does not find a way to actually go in. Mako takes quite a lot of damage from the carry. Now Kuru tries to get away. Tashtik with the frigid breath. Looks like he's able to give Olvin that double kill. Poland, the damage dealers has no way to get into the fight.
They can't free hit, and unfortunately for Silver Nandayo, it's just he's acting as utility, right? And I mean, based on the build and the fact that he also got the Ice Queen's wand, he just needs to slow them down, but he can't stop a flicker, and it's happening. Yeah, once again, Bellary trying his best, zone them away, causing the light wheel come up. Flicker coming in for Pagu into the Raptor. The Dryads unable to quickly hop on top of this carry. Misses the opportunity, disrupted as Olvin forced to use the Wings by Wings to get on out of there, haunted instantly. What are you saying? Does he die here? Yes, he does. Dies to the perfect match. Once they try to fight again, Baby Agop still has just too much sustainability. Feathered Airstrike coming through to take up Kuru, but at least Silver Nandayo and Maku get one back and Tashed it.
I gotta say, the team fight so far has been, I would say, being very masterful here in the sense that they use their abilities, hide out very well, wait for the ults to come back up, and then try again. Like, in some sense, it could look silly, but at the same time, that requires quite a lot of skill to have that discipline to fight when you have your cooldowns, and then buy as much time as you can until it comes back up. Like, that was impressive for me.
I think a lot of the reasons why they're allowed to do that is because it's not just Tashtik and, Baby Agop who are like trying to wombo combo with each other, but also that King Sula can use that knock-up strike to actually push targets away. Wait, they're looking for a pick here. They open up the map. The conceal has been used by the Polish squad. They're looking for that Farsa. Ulvin able to flicker out of there and Wings by Wings. And now that they've taken the space here, how do they hold it? That top side is still going to shove on in. And Rise, he doesn't mind getting free auto attacks. Wait. Feathered Airstrike already out. Rapid Drives has been used, catching on to 3 with the falling Maple. Maku can get out in time, and yes, he does. Able to double dash away. Fatal Link's already being purified as Kusen needs to take out that front line, but unfortunately getting disrupted. He's down. Tashtik able to take out Kusen, and now Kazakhstan have a clear line to victory as they chase down the last remaining members, as King Sula will sit right in front of the Lord. Rise, amazing stuff. Great auto attacks.
And Maku was thinking about it, but he does not have the retribution. He knows he can steal it away. Maku goes in, tries to defend the face. Killing spree for Rise 4T. And this is going to be over. The minion is there. It's a wipeout. And now Kazakhstan, they're ending the game. It's 1-1 Kazakhstan against Poland.
Man, what a way to kind of escalate the game. I think like they didn't need the gold lead. They actually needed the EXP lead to make sure that our Polish counterparts just keep investing in the fight. Right? Because like at level, a majority take about like 40 to 50-ish seconds. By the time it's maxed out, it's roughly about like 35 to like arguably less than that, 30 That's why Kazakhstan, if they can drag this out and peel each other properly, they can go back in.
And honestly, Gideon, like I'm rethinking the drafting phase. And maybe this is just Kazakhstan saying that we're going to show a lot of respect to Pagu because they took the Atlas and the Belleric and then they banned out the Matilda and even the Minotaur. Maybe they're just like, we got to make it so that Pagu does not have this playmaking heroes. Like the Glue is a playmaking hero, but maybe it's just not his best. Not like an Atlas, not like a Belleric, not like a Minotaur. So we will see how the draft really progress because I want to see later on, does Poland prioritize Pagu's heroes first before it gets totally disrupted? Because yeah, Poland had a good early game, but then just slowly come mid.
Yeah, and I think, man, I don't know, because I feel like it's difficult to judge the true cost and effect of what Kazakhstan was trying to accomplish in this game. Like the number of times we've seen them just turn around and say, you know what, I'm going to attempt the Fatal Links. You know what, I'm going to use the Wrath of the Dryads. They used to use it together, and then as the game progresses, they actually delayed it on purpose to maximize the chain CC. And more importantly, I think they both understood what the job was. We got to protect Ulven and Riz, and that's all we need to do. Let King Sula do what he wants, but eventually even he recognizes that he's got to come back with the rest of the team and use that knock-up strike to create some space so that Maku, again, who got very close to getting a triple kill in this game with his Falling Maple, it's just unfortunate he didn't have the items or the levels to do so.
Something that has to be said, Gideon, because we had this conversation over multiple tournaments. We rarely see Farsa, but when she is picked up, rarely does she disappoint. Even if they lose, it really isn't the Farsa's fault. So this is the kind of meta where I think the mid should be a little bit more flexible. With that being said, right now the score is 1-1, Kazakhstan going up against Poland. We're going for a break, but after this, we'll see how Poland responds as well as Kazakhstan. We'll see you guys right after this.
Me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro. Brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo. Mi gatita tiene tiene todo, pegajoso y hermoso, con las tres peligroso. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. En el bosque como un lobo, cazando el dinero, haciéndolo solo. En mi vida he visto todo, nada puede asustarme. Solo tengo que cuidarme, pa' me voy a brincar, yeah. Cuando fui chiquito me dijo hermancito, pa' llegar a la cima se tiene que escuchar. Oye, te llama la calle, la fama que te hogar. Bolsillo llenado, escucho un poco, los oigo cantar. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un ganador de este loro. Brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo. Mi gatita tiene todo, pegajoso y hermoso. Con las tres peligroso. Pegajoso y hermoso. Soy más grande que un oso. Mi pistola está muy hermosa. Y la tuya estaba soso. Mi palabra tan filoso. Porque el game es una guerra. Patrullando Panamera. Yo no ando con cualquiera. Cuando fui chiquito me dijo, Evancito, tienes que luchar. Para llegar a la cima se tiene que actuar, se tiene que escuchar. La calle te llama, la calle la fama que te hogar. Bolsillo llenado. Yeah. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro. Brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo. Mi gatita tiene todo, pegajoso y hermoso. Con las tres peligroso. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro. Brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo. Mi gatita tiene todo, pegajoso y hermoso. Con las tres peligroso.
ENC continues. Right now, this is the EECA qualifier. 2 teams or 2 countries will go to ENC. For now, you guys are watching Kazakhstan going up against Poland, where right now the score is 1-1. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Gideon. Kazakhstan just won their game, and honestly, they make it look pretty good, but Poland definitely made them work for it.
Yep, every moment in that game was going to be intense, and really the small advantages that were going to be built ended up not mattering considering the frequency of the fights. You would have thought that maybe they were going to slow down. No, all gas. Don't care about the tempo. They play, as long as they're playing our game, it's a win for Kazakhstan. So the current score right now is currently 1-1. Our Polish squad did take a game off of Kazakhstan in game number 1. So coming into game 3, you think this is going to be the strategy? You think they're going to go Atlas Belarik every single time and force Poland to ban one of them?
Hey, unless Poland denies that, I think they're like, yeah, let's do it. Let's make it so that Pagu can't play, because legit, I feel like if Pagu had an easy playmaker, it would have been so different, because I feel like in that game, Mako and Hirara didn't have a good time like going in and out of the fight. I mean, like, you're going up against an Atlas and a Belarik. It's like, bro, what am I supposed to do?
1 was hard enough, 2 is just impossible. You're just sitting there waiting for things to happen. Like, you're praying that it happens, because let's keep in mind, the only way he's going to be able to dodge absolutely everything is if he times that falling maple as a CC immunity is bound and to get the dash at the to get the bonus dash when you move your analog. Then you can extend it ever so slightly and just pray that Atlas or Belarik whiffs the ult.
That, and he's hoping for both of them to use their CC at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, no, please do it at the same time, so I only have to dodge it once.
Oh, the worst part about that is like he can't even escape, because then all of a sudden King Sula shows up with this Paquito and just keeps him in place with a knockout strike to allow the feathered airstrike to go through. A lot of wombo combos here. All right, game 2 is very, very memorable. The rest of the series is going to be just as exciting, right? Because the adaptations are going to be important. Now, well, as a previous bronze medalist coach for Mobile Legends men's division under 24s, under 20s, I think, if I remember correctly. I think it's under 20s, right?
I can't remember if that was an age thing.
Let's just say under 24s just to be safe.
Sure, you know what? Yeah.
If you were in Poland's position, what do you do?
I would actually do secure Pagu's hero first, because you can see there's a clear line of strategy when it comes to the draft, because I feel like, because we haven't seen who's like the position 1. I don't know whether Maku's like the big playmaker or Husen is the big playmaker. But for now, I'm gonna assume it's Maku. And I feel like getting the EXP hit, I feel like it's gonna be okay. I feel like Kuru can do that. Now it's on Pagu to have a good lineup for Maku, right? So as long as I'm able to deny Kazakhstan from having a lot of crowd control, I should be good, because right now the meta is about the jungler accelerating the game. So if there's a stopper for the jungler, it's playing the game on hard mode, and you want to play the game like Tom Holland, right?
Yep, that's exactly how they should be playing this game. Let's jump right into the draft here and figure out how this is going to play out, as our Polish squad has opted to go back to the red side one more time. I thought maybe they wanted the advantage on blue side to try and deny and disrupt that combination, but it looks like they've got another plan in mind.
Well, which is rare, because usually you do have that Freya first. So I wonder what's going to be the priority here. Like, do they that Hirara first, or do they want to get one of these tanks, either the Atlas or the Belarik? Because so far, a big absence on the Barats. I think it was banned out in the previous game. I just can't fully remember. Oh wait, no, Kazakhstan is first pick again. Oh wait, never mind.
Yep, Poland is on second pick this time around, which makes it even more confusing as to why Kazakhstan wants to get rid of Freya here in this. Well, especially since they have first pick. There we go, finally. Atlas gets banned out for the side of our Polish brethren. I think it's good, right? You know, I think that it's just a little too annoying to deal with. You might as well get rid of it. That way you can still maybe open Hirara up into the Paquito matchup. And I think there's an argument for a Paquito ban on top of it all, but there's only so many bans you can work with.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate because Paquito is pretty strong, but yeah, like you said, there's other things to worry about. Well, the draft have been paused here. Rarely do we see this, but hey, it's nice to know it exists.
Hey,
we're
who's got the
jumping
fat
back in.
fingers? Who? Somebody had the fat fingers and accidentally hit it. I've seen this before.
Is it symbiote? Is it symbiote?
Yeah. Is it symbiote? Oh boy! All right, Agent Venom, let's calm down. Let's get back into this for a moment. At least let us reset the lobby, get back to where we were before we start hopping back and talking about the rest of what this draft could be. Because again, very strange to see the Freya, and let's talk about some of the potential indicators this could mean.
Again, it just means that you want something else as a first pick, and maybe they just want to play a traditional marksman, right? Or if they do want to set up a double fighter, they're just not comfortable in the Freya. Like if let's say this draft actually pans out like as normal and Paquito does not get banned out, and then they first pick Paquito, who knows? Maybe they do. Actually, no. You know what? I take it back, because they ban out the Harley as well, and Harley is one of the heroes that can enable a double fighter lineup. They ban out the Freya, they ban out the Harley. So I think this is just protecting risk for T. They're taking out all these divers.
Yeah,
right?
If they're getting rid of a majority of the divers, I would imagine Fanny at some point will be part of that conversation as well. And then they go like first pick, maybe Melissa, I suppose. But then they got to worry about Novaria and Farsa on the opposite end. We'll find out. We're just speculating here as we're going to get a nice clean draft. I would expect that both teams are respectful.
Okay.
Yep, very respectful.
They're swapping sides.
Swapping sides.
Yeah, that's why. That's why.
That makes
They're like,
way
wait.
more sense.
They're like, wait, hold on. Hold on a minute.
I wonder.
Like, even I was confused. So I was like, wait, what's going on?
So at least we
Now-
know
now-
it's not Agent Venom, but I wonder which out of these 10 players figured it out that they were on the
Need
wrong
some
side.
stitches? I can help.
Yeah. Well, either way, Melissa gets banned out alongside with the Freya. So quite a focus on the goal lane here for Kazakhstan. And for Poland, they're banning out the roamers. They're banning out the Marcel as well as the Belleric. I wonder if they want to double down and even take out the Belleric. I don't think they have to, considering they can first pick the Belleric. And then Kazakhstan in the previous game, they ban out the Eudora. But since they can pick up the Eudora themselves, maybe they ban something else. Do they want to ban out the Harley?
They could ban the Harley out again, but I feel like it's kind of better to just leave it open for now, right? You leave it open. You maybe consider
When you
getting rid of like a
gaze
mid
into the
laner.
abyss,
I was thinking more along the lines of the Novaria, but Selena makes a lot of sense as well. Definitely one of the comfort picks here for Kazakhstan. And this last ban, what are we thinking?
So in just now they ban out the Harley. I don't know if they want to do that again. In terms of like these OP picks, we've seen Uranus getting banned out. So that if they want the Harley, I feel like Uranus would be a good ban. The Barats could be a problem, but I feel like you can still play around the Barat. So if I was Kazakhstan, I would actually ban out the Uranus. But now think about it, they were able to deal with it when Kuru was using it. So I don't know. My meta brain says ban out Uranus. My other brain says eh.
You know what? Let's make it interesting. Ban the Belleric, actually. Make it very, very standard.
should
And then
be
force them
ashamed
into
for not
something like
trusting
Eudora. But it looks like, well, never mind. You know, ban out the Eudora instead. One step ahead of me already. First picks, I'm guessing it's Hirara from Poland.
Yep, Hirara or Belleric. Let's see what is going to be the prio here. Like, I feel like the Hirara can deal with just the Belleric. Belleric Atlas is just too much. But if it's just the Belleric, I feel like it's fine. And then later on, Kazakhstan will reply with a Paquito, and then maybe yeah. So they're not taking it.
Hirara.
Well, they're gonna take the Paquito. It's good against the Hirara. That would be very overkill if you take up Hirara Paquito as well. But Kazakhstan pick up Atlas Belleric. So you know what? Maybe.
I don't think it's overkill. Mainly because we know that Kazakhstan is capable of playing a double fighter composition, and you know that would be pretty sick to see. And that's really truly abusing how flexible this Paquito can actually be in, despite now knowing preferred role is actually in the jungle. But it's really up to Kazakhstan to decide on what they need to do here, because at the same time, because Atlas is banned out, there is a consideration for Valentina to steal away the Wrath of the Dryad.
I was thinking of that as well, but I wonder if Kazakhstan is a team that wants
My
to delay
kiss.
that mid
Will
pick
it
for a
grant
bit, because we did see Oven impacting a lot with that
death?
Parsa. So maybe they have the idea like, yes, the Valentina can steal the Wrath of Dry, but that's kind of boring. We have problems to think about that maybe other mids can solve. Picking up the Alice early here does make it so that Poland can potentially counter the Alice, but is it even really worth it just to focus on this Alice? Oh, they're showing this again.
Yeah, they keep on doing this. I'm not buying it until they lock it in, but the Harley finally comes through. If they wanted the Harley in the first place, why not actually lean into the Uranus? But I think they just want to make sure that this Beleric is still going to be the dedicated flex pick for Poland.
So Brody pick is interesting here because the Alice is going to jump onto him. If Kazakhstan has one more diver, in Rome, I think this Brody is going to have a hard time, but I think he's just trusting Pagu to protect him with the Beleric here. So now for Kazakhstan, I feel like picking up a mid here, a gold laner here would be good, because what would be good against a Harley and a Brody? Well, that's interesting. I'm actually not entirely sure what is good for both.
I mean, since Alice is already locked in, you don't have the flexibility of EXPs being able to just like flicker forward and make something happen, right? I agree with you that they need a secondary diver, and it needs to not be on the jungle because unfortunately, valuable. High loss, not a bad idea though. If you can't catch them, can't catch one of them, hey, how about we make the whole team suffer with the glorious pathway?
Honestly, I completely forgot about the high loss, but Brody is gonna get caught because unless there's a creep next to Brody where he can dash towards that creep to escape the glorious pathway, then he's good. But other than that, it's going to be difficult. So they ban on the Lilia. I think that's a very good ban considering they already have 3 melee heroes. And then for Flynn, they're banning out the Clint. What other heroes is good against the Brody? I would say Melissa is a skill matchup, but they already have the Harley. So I think they should be okay to deal with the Melissa if the Melissa gets through. Moskov is a question mark. I think he's okay against the Hardy. I don't know how the matchup is against Brody.
Yeah.
The falling stars brought us
Brody?
here.
I mean, it is still a skill matchup. It's same like Claude, right? At least with Claude, there's a lot more opportunity for you to actually like out-sustain the lane with fighter emblems and with the Art of Thievery being able to hit like multiple minions at the same time in comparison to Moskov, who unfortunately can only hit a minion at a time, but the piercing damage isn't exactly the best way to heal back up until you get DHS.
If they want to continue to fight, I can see a Zushin pick here being quite okay. Yeah, because right now they have a very heavy dive, and now they're picking up the Valentina. So adding the Wrath of Dryad into their arsenal as well, something about this, there's a chance that they're going to pick up the Uranus, which I feel like is going to be pretty good, but I wouldn't say good. It's like mid at best, because I think if Uranus goes in, he's going to have a hard time going out because the slow from the high loss is no joke.
It just feels like you're walking through mud. It absolutely is horrendous to deal with. And now we finally see Eve. After so long, Eve used to be the meta pick, but finally she comes on in, and they're going to overload them with ults. They have 2 major ultimates that this Valentina can steal, the Wrath of the Dryad,
so this is Claude.
RWM. But at this stage, Kazakhstan, they've got options.
I feel like Claude is like the safest pick here.
Oh yeah,
right. Claude is the safest. If they want to go for Kerrigan, it's going to be much more difficult to deal with the Brody as well as the Eve. So I feel like Claude is the safest. Ixia is also another one that they could consider. I actually feel like Ixia should be okay. You have to worry. Maku on that.
Be fine. Yeah, what's the worst that could possibly happen, right? I'm guessing like lean into. Oh, okay. I was gonna say Claude, but I guess Moskov also technically works if you want to make sure that you don't have to like deal with potential flicker attempts coming in from Pagu, or at the very least the Harley getting on top of you. Either or, it's still a pretty difficult game to play. I am undecided on which comp I like more. Like, I feel Poland's comp is like easier, but Kazakhstan's one also has some like very clear counterplay.
I feel like Kazakhstan, they can win if Risk4T needs no help. And that's why we were talking about the Claude, Moskovs. someone that can protect yourself. Because having the Hylos, Valentina, Alice, and Paquito as well makes it so that you are a walking death squad, right? You want to fight. Like, you have a lot of testosterone. You're just overloaded with masculinity, which is funny because most of them are girls, but still, you just want to knock someone out. So I feel like if they can keep on fighting, I feel like Kazakhstan has this. And then for Poland, Harley likes to fight, but he likes to poke. He doesn't like to stay in the fight.
Yeah, he doesn't really like staying in the fight. I think his build is going to be the concentrated energy rather than like full damage.
Agreed.
So that he doesn't get like one shot like Sula. But now, let's see, as we're already into this, green camp start for King Sula, purple buff start for Maku. They're going to end on the opposite sides, but it looks like Little Wanderer is going to get contested for at the bare minimum. But King Sula should be able to get there first.
Yeah, I do have to say that recently there's a lot of buff starts again, where, like after the change, everyone just, but then apparently like the threat of having your buff stolen has maybe it's just been rising in scrim. So now people are like, you know what, doesn't matter if it's optimal or not, we just got to get the buffs first. Looking at the pathing coming in from both junglers, no one is really interrupted. It's kind of nice to see the mid duo, instead of like fighting a lot, they're just protecting their own jungle, understanding that both can snowball out of control. So let's just play it safe and then try to play around that turtle.
I think it's border control, right? For both mid laners. Both mid duos are opting to say, you know what, we just got to control it. Is Tashik going to use his concussive blast anytime soon? Because they need to clear that wave if they want to kind of defend that top side. But they already know what the pathway is going to be. And I'm surprised that from Kazakhstan's POV, I thought that maybe they figured out what the pathing was supposed to be exactly and could have gone for the invade. Polish still on top of that, and with Harley's really, really fast clear, manages to full clear the entire side, top to bottom.
Oh, Pagu, he got stunned up, some damage onto Pagu, but Tashtik took majority of the damage from Maku, so he is fine. He should be able to recall and come back to the fight. Looks like Kazakhstan, they still want to go for this, though. Seeing that the Deadly Magic is out of the way, they feel more confident.
Yep, this should be uncontested, right? Should be. Yes, there we go. King Sula able to pick it up, no problem whatsoever. But Ulven, once again, very, very bold in the middle of the RWM. Doesn't stop pushing. And Baby has done a great job to follow it up, giving the confidence over to Ulven on this Valentina to just stick around a little bit longer.
Gideon, I'm liking what both teams are doing. Kazakhstan understanding that Draft wants to fight, so they do that. And then for Poland, they understand that they need to wait just a little bit. Maybe after Maku gets the concentrated energy. Oh, it's stolen away. What timing. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, that's frustrating. Real frustrating. I would definitely be tilted with that. But Sula waiting in the wakes, hopes that at the very least maybe Paku or maybe even Silver would just walk up and take a trade, make a mistake. Topside gets dove down. Riz in trouble, needs one more extra auto attack here, but they can't seem to do it. And Tashtik punishes the dive attempt, and Maku is traded out.
The worst thing is Riz40 even survives. Yeah, I think there was something wrong with him going back to his hag, because that looked quite awkward, and then gets stunned up by Tashtik. But good on Riz40. Amazing Spirit of Misery stunning Maku just at the edge. But now let's look at the buff. I'm not so sure who got that one, but either ways, right now Kazakhstan 100% utilizing the advantage that they have as well as the draft that they have. Right now, Kuru is trying to push them away, but Kuru, you're looking at the damage that you're taking from Alice. This is not going to be a good trade. And now Poland, they are at the mercy of Kazakhstan. They're hoping for Kazakhstan to slow down, but it looks like that's not going to happen. Ulven, though, gets taken down by Kusin. Tashtik takes the Deadly Magic, but no problem. Poland, at least they get something on the board.
Good punish, really good punish. They saw Ulven use his flicker early on, and they made sure that they remembered exactly how many seconds left until he gets it back up. As you can see, is still down for another 5 more seconds. But here comes Kuru and as well as maybe Agapo, making sure that they can start zoning out early on. And I think it's more important for Kuru to actually start applying the magic shred over as soon as possible. But now against King Sula, he's already put down pretty low. Might be forced to use his ult. Oh, 5-man! Road of Ruin straight into the glorious halfway. Instantly, they're chunking down the frontliners. The SOD doesn't connect at the right time. They will be able to get one back, but unfortunately, they don't take out the main carries. Maku and Kyusen still alive, and King Sula gets the walk away with a kill in his pocket and a purple buff stone.
We don't always see Alice being played, but once you see 5-man Throne of Ruin, my goodness, was that beautiful. And then Kazakhstan utilizing that incredible engage, goes in, gets the kill, gets the buff. They are controlling a lot. They're even getting that top lane turret. Right now, Poland, this is pretty bad because Christian on this Brody is 2-0-0. That's a good start, but you kind of want to utilize this Brody to take down as much turrets as you can. But right now, it is proving to be quite difficult. But with that being said, the goal lead isn't that bad. 2,000 is not where you want to be, but it's not worst case scenario. 5,000 is much more difficult than 2. So I think Poland, they're still okay with this.
I agreed. Very much agreed here. But I think this is where Kazakhstan really starts to get strong, right? With the majority of the lead, and especially with King Sula already finding getting 2 levels ahead of Maku at this stage of the game. By the time he gets at his War Axe, or in this particular case, King Sula loves going for the Malefic Roar. I think he's already ready to one-shot some people. Like, Silver and Maku have got to be careful. Kyusen, I want to say that he's got to be careful as well, but he's got Pagu basically opening the entire map for him, so he's got nothing to worry about.
Right now, I want to look at the items just because I'm interested to see what Maku has built for now. But Silver, good flank coming in. Olvin gets the killing spree, and now Throne of Ruin hits onto 2. But Pagu tries to return back using his own ult. Maku gets the kill, shut down. But oh my god, from the side, King Sula able to burst down a Maku. Continuous fight going on, and King Sula goes in and ends it, gets a double. Kuru is there trying to protect the turret, but they want to go in. Flickers out. There's nothing Kuru can do.
Nothing he can do, and Golden Staff now achieve for Rias as they're looking to disengage this. They got to back away. They're going to get a free purple buff once again. This is just a quick tax from the King, but dear Lord, how do they play this? And also, nobody decided to block the poker trick. And they I agree, but still, they've had the right abilities, right? The Revitalize from Tashtik should have been a little bit closer, but I guess he was confident that Ulvin would be able to get out.
Maybe Ulvin was being cocky, and his team is like, bro, you need to get humbled, so die. Like, some of his friends. Oh, hold on, this 14 gets Maku, by the way. So that's looking pretty good. Punish. Poland, they're looking for an opportunity. Riz4T is out of the fight. Baby Agab is there. Throne of Ruin used to escape. Tashtik is just there to buy his team some time. Sometimes as a roamer, it do be like that, though. But I feel like the reaction coming in from Gidig is like, that was not necessary. Y'all didn't have to die. Y'all can escape.
Better yet. Riz4T, like, he gets to walk away for free. Like, where are we drawing the line of how far we're going to chase? And I think that, unfortunately, they just didn't know where King Sula is going to be as he finds another kill onto Kuru, by the way, the Uranus, because he decided to go for Oracle first item and is opting to still go for magic damage protection. So, like, the MR is great, but it's got nothing to do with Paquito now that he's got that Malefic Roar.
Or Moskov. I would actually be more okay if he built the Chastised Pauldron. Yes. Like, I feel like, all right, that's okay. That's okay. Because at this point, maybe Agab does some damage to you and Ulvin does some damage to you. But bro, you're not the main character. You're not the one they're chasing.
Absolutely. It affects their attack speed. And I think the best part, nearly missed that by Maku. Yeah. But he saved it. It's all good. I've done that many times before. But look at this 4-level lead. And King Sula is just like, try me.
And look at the items. It's Genius 1 Hardy. So it's not... Yeah, it's not the concentrated build, so he can't stay in this fight. He goes in, 1 ult, and then he's out.
No wonder. Yeah. He's got the damage. But there's no optimal targets to catch, and nobody's really like the only independent people on the side of Kazakhstan is Sula. 80%. What's the flicker out? It's okay. It's clear that Ulvin is not a support player. All right, he usually uses that flicker defensively.
Well, a jungle 1v1 won by Sula Golodoni there, and then now he is being surrounded. Will he be able to get away? Or will he actually be able to get a kill? That would be even more impressive. But while they are chasing for him, he gets hunted up top. Risk 14 gets, hold on. Can he go for a 1v3? He tries. He runs away. He escapes. He recalls in their face.
Oh man, if only these are the moments where I wish we have 2 battle spells, because if he had flicker, he finds the kill, guaranteed. Good thing that the rest of the teammates from our Polish squad is able to protect Goose in here. Oh god, Kuru, it looks like he's in trouble, and worse yet, that magic favors at the very least sustaining harder than he probably should. But Baby Agapo takes him out regardless with the help of Ulvin to push him over the edge.
You know, your talk about having 2 battle spells hold on for that tactic isn't in front of there, but he's okay. It reminds me of the fastest game in history, RWMUs, and even the SOD connects. King Sula gets taken down quite low. Pagu is taking all the damage. Kusin gets the kill onto Tashnik, and then for now, looks like Kazakhstan, they're the one losing HP. Risk 14 dies. Hit by the deadly magic. Maku gets a kill. Kazakhstan, they just dove in too deep, and they paid the price for not paying the tolls.
I wish we had a replay of that. Did King Sula punch the beetle? And because he punched the beetle, Moskov wasn't able to auto-attack enough to heal himself past the deadly magic, and now revenge! As King Sula is able to get 1 back immediately onto Maku. Dear God, Maku is having a really rough time.
Well, yeah, for sure. He's telling C like, who told me to pick this hero again? Huh? Who's smart idea? Oh, it was me. Never mind. Anyways, the Lord is marching up top, and now Ulvin, he does have the Wrath of the Dryad. The Dryad will be wrathing. Throne of Ruin hits onto 2, and the most important thing is able to get the damage dealers shut down. Kusin gets taken down, and this is over. Only Kuru is here. The Lord is here with the minions. Kazakhstan gets match point against Poland.
2-1 the current score, and Kazakhstan showing that they are pretty good at this game. Our Polish squad, unfortunately, getting outmaneuvered not only with a single draft pick, but also with the way that they handle these fights. Like Houston was trying his absolute best. He ends this game 5-1-1. He had the Sky Piercer stacks. He also had guaranteed peel with the RWM, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Not when you don't have your secondary damage dealer in position. 0-3 coming in from this eve. 2-5 for Maku. Can't blame them both. There's just a lot of counters on that side.
I gotta say that Hylos pick was genius. I completely forgot that the Hylos, and then he was able to control quite a lot whenever Poland wants to get into the fight. I feel like both Kuro and Maku could have optimized itemization here, because there's a lot of tank heroes from Kazakhstan. I feel like Maku would have benefited more in a more sustainable build. And then Kuru, he needs to build for those physical damage, because the problem is that Paquito, 32% of the team's damage is all him. 61,000 damage. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that he should have gone for like a radiant armor and then just get a I don't
either
go into I'm thinking whether chastise second or first item, and then antique for second or third.
Yeah, I feel like chastise. Like, I really feel like chastise, because at least on the way of building the chastise, you do have a lot of armor. You might get taken down, but in the long haul, it will benefit you a lot.
I feel like it's about timing more than anything, because even if you do get the chastise and then you lose the passive, you're basically back at ground zero. You're just extra, you know, a lot more HP, which kind of doesn't matter in this particular case when you're facing up against somebody who's as sustainable as the Alice on the opposite side. I don't know, maybe there is a more optimal way of building it. I was thinking like Radiant Armor into the chastise, but then even that feels like a little awkward. So I think maybe he had to like build components first and then decide at the very end what he was going to go for. But that's a little I wouldn't say inefficient with your goal, but it's really difficult to make that choice when you're already on a balloon won many interactions.
Yeah, and now, despite the score, I believe it is Kazakhstan 2-1, and Poland is the one that has to win the next match to extend this. But even if they do lose, I'm gonna check, but I feel like it's not over because this is the upper bracket. So even if they do lose, they're just gonna go down and fight against Ukraine. I believe that's also waiting at the lower bracket final. So even if they do lose, it's not over. But of course, you want to minimize the amount of games you play because slowly your mental stamina is going to go down, and the lower it goes, the more mistakes you're bound to do.
Yeah, no, I think people tend to forget that we have like breaks in between these games for the sake of these players, and if you add them all together, it goes all 5 series 2 times. That's an extra 50 minutes. So with that being said, we are going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we might see the conclusion or maybe an extension of the current game.
Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean and they won't see man slipping. But you might slip on a drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Best cut choke, cause the clock's still ticking. Just check the way man stepped. Know that I dropped it different. Know that I clocked it in it. Know that I got this in it. No, you can't stop this winning. I came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot. Soon I'ma get right there, I'ma step right there. Came right there in the top, whether you like it or not stop. Non-stop. Yo, if you wanna get this poppin', you better get to shopping. I came in a different drop this time and they thought it was the same one day.
I've noticed that Kazakhstan every single time always presents a new problem. They're not doing the simple, not the case, especially at level 1. Don't test your luck. Don't test your luck. 25 more seconds left for Poland to decide on what this final pick is going to be. I feel like you kind of have to go into Hirara, but at the same time, it's like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Yeah. And there's 3 heroes that are telling you, don't you dare.
I wonder if they're picking up the Lilia, which is good because that's what you need to deal with this. I wonder if they want to attempt to go for double fighters and then pick up a jungler like Isenshin, which so far in the qualifiers here, it's not been the worst thing. We've seen Isenshin work out. Maybe in MPL teams, not too much success, but at least in the qualifiers, it looks pretty decent. It looks pretty decent.
We go on to the second half of the ban phase, and it looks like Poland has decided upon Valentina. So they're not going to be able to steal away the Detna's welcome. They're not going to be able to steal away the Wrath of the Dryads. But on the opposite side, where does Kazakhstan want to actually target their bans towards? They see the potential for an EXP laner as well as the support alongside with the mid. Therefore, do they
ban junglers?
Right? No. Okay, and then Hirara, the follow-up?
Yeah. I feel like it's good just to ban out the Hirara, making it forced so that Poland has to use something else. The other hero I was thinking of is the Hayabusa, but the problem is if your mid lose, then the jungle gets invaded, and then it's just going to be an awkward farming stage for the Haya. Like it's a very high risk, high reward kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, and it looks like the gamble here to make sure that they sort of don't lose the mid lane. They ban out the Novaria because unfortunately they're all going to need Pagu to run around all across the map. He can't always pass by the mid lane to block shots.
I've been waiting for 2.
He has the follow-up, but that's kind of weird. I thought that maybe they wanted to pick up the carry, but all right, sure.
probably is actually saying that he doesn't want to deal with the carry, or Risk4T says he doesn't want to deal with the carry because maybe he wants something like a quad. And I feel like in the current state of the game, Claude really suffers against carry. Yeah, there's other things that's annoying for the Claude, but it doesn't outright lose once carry has 3 items, you know?
That's fair. That's a fair assessment here. Poland now with a power red 4 pick. Probably need to show
I think
their
they should pick
jungler,
the Claude.
or just Claude straight away.
Yeah, because I feel like you got to take it away from Kazakhstan. You pick up the hero. The reason why I think they could have picked up a Claude is I was thinking either an Eve or a Farsa, because Eve Farsa does very well against this Lilia.
I was thinking more Farsa, less of the
Yeah.
Eve after what happened in the
Same.
previous game, because again, they should just be aware of that. But I feel like always going to go with the Selena. Like, I don't see Ulvin kind of breaking out of that mold. And considering that Selena sort of does what the team composition, or what I'm assuming the team composition wants to do, generally, just clear the waves fast, make sure that King Sula is able to clear his jungle fast, and you've got side laners who probably just need to go even at this stage, right?
As long as it's not a Rafa, am I right?
Am I right? I'm so sick of looking at Rafa. I'm happy that Kazakhstan and Poland have both come to the agreement of like, let's keep it interesting.
Healers are in a very interesting spot. We don't see them for a long time. The moment they pop out, we're like, oh, that's so cool. That's interesting. After 3 times, okay, we're sick of it.
I'm done. I'm sick. I'm done. So
We
sick
see
of it.
Estes. Oh, Estes. After 3 games, okay, that's enough. Oh, Rafa. After 3 games, okay, that's enough. Oh, Florin. After 1 game, okay, that's enough.
The truth is, it feels like it feels like everybody else has to work so hard, and these enchanter supports press 2 buttons and they win the game. It's like, what do you mean? Where's the skill expression in these enchanter supports? I mean, there is. It's just not as flashy compared to what most people are going to go for. That being said, though, the draft is done. Which composition are you feeling, LaFell? Because round, I'm actually leaning more to Poland's side.
Well, based on how they've been playing, Kazakhstan is showing even bringing in the gold laner as well with that Granger. So the Granger loses lane against the Claude. So if there's an early rotation coming in from Ulvin to push this Claude away so that the Granger can join the fights, I think that's their style. So I feel like coming in from Kazakhstan, not many teams can really achieve what this style wants, but they can do it. So I'm leaning towards Kazakhstan here.
All right, let's jump right into these games to figure out who's going to be able to take it away. Is it going to be the match that Kazakhstan's been waiting for to get their qualification spot in ENC, or does Poland extend the series? Level 1 is going to be real difficult here in the mid lane, but if you notice, they're not going to be here the way that you think they are. Tastic has to be close by, and Ulvin, he's helped the leash, so King's going to be leaving his buff extremely fast and running straight to the Little Wanderer.
Yeah, extremely fast start for the jungler here. And I feel like they're confirmed going to get this, so Mako's not even going to bother, just getting the green camp. So now a very fast rotation coming in from Kazakhstan just from farming. So for Poland, I feel like because they have a winning, well, not really winning matchup, but a better matchup for the Claude, I feel like they should utilize that advantage and maybe get some kills on Risk4T, or at least make it so that he's forced out of that Purify, and then that's it. Because at this point, I feel like Poland needs an early win. A win is not enough. They need an early win.
I think they do need an early win as well. Ideally, a kill, but I think, honestly, considering how Team Spirit has been playing in MSC, I would like to see a little bit of reminiscence of that. They just need to gank them to deny minion XP, especially in the early game. It makes all the difference in the world. And then you can start enabling Kyosen to actually double wave once he builds that advantage. It hits level 4 first. You can just blazing duet the wave, move on over to mid, and while people are fighting for the turtle, he gets a free push.
Yeah, looking at the bottom lane here, I think King I was able to get the crab. So this kind of feels like give all the farm towards this Paquito, and then whatever is left, you know what? Fine, Granger can have it for himself. Even sharing the EXP in. So this is already them setting up this death ball comp, hoping that Paquito can potentially one-shot Silver to the point where he won't be able to use his ult anyways.
They can get the black shoes out of him. That would be nice. But so far, Aku is going to decide not to do the buff as they look to rush this immediately. Pagu's trying to deny the space. Throne of Ruin comes on through security onto the turtle, but they're going to chase the rest down. Pagu using the movement speed to get on out of there. They've dodged the arrows perfectly as Maku is able to get out of the fight from a Tashtik. So good stuff here from as they lose nobody, no battle spells have been blown, and they still get the turtle.
Yeah, Mako is struggling here because it's not a... But against this Hylos as well as Alice is also kind of a problem where they're both designed in a way, just by being there, they're already hurting your opponent. So Mako, while waiting for the cooldowns, is just passively taking damage from both. And I feel like based on that first turtle fight, I think now he's seeing the problem is like, oh no, this is gonna be rough for me. Pagu takes a bit of damage. So now I feel like Maku's build is going to be very important here, Gideon.
Yeah, very, very important. But I like the way that Kazakhstan is doing this. And the Bisa arrow connects. Black Shoes comes on out. He's got one more dash, goes through them, and Silver find the trade. No, unable to make sure that the blue shots connect at the very end. Wait, that is welcome. No flicker. Kuru in the middle of it doesn't find anybody. The glorious pathway now unleash Abyssal arrow onto Kuru, and now the Throne of Ruin into that back line. But the Wrath of the Dryas is counter engaged. Pagu ends up giving over the first Sky Piercer stack over to Riz 40.
And that was beautiful because he just built it and instantly gets value. So now he does have the damage. And Poland, they're going to have a hard time here because Kuru missing that Daytona's welcome cost them a lot. Like, probably he will still die, but maybe they could have returned it, right? Get another kill for themselves. So now it's all about trading something else. Because if Poland lets this continue, in fact, no, if nothing changes, Kazakhstan will just win off of just passive gold. Poland will just slowly lose everything out.
I don't know.
But Riz4T, he is going to join this turtle fight. So this fight is very dangerous for Poland.
All right, let's see whether it's going to be a true 4v5. Deadness Welcome being charged. Oh, doesn't connect. King Sula able to get around, but the glorious pathway is beautiful. Throne of Ruin on 4 targets as they take out Pagu without having to do much work. Free neutral objective for Kazakhstan, but this did come at a cost. On that top side, Claude able to get a good amount of plating, and the rest of Poland is trying to slow down to accelerate their Claude.
Yeah, and now Kazakhstan, we got to look at up top. Can they actually deal with Maku? Silver already took quite a lot of damage. Riz4T able to get a final minion, and that's going to be the important one. Olvin tries to get somewhat even, dodges out Kuru. I'm pretty sure that was not intentional, but he was like, no, I knew he was there. And now Kusin has to use the Blazing Duet to try and sustain even BMI there. Kuru tries to punish Tashtik. Tashtik might have bitten more than he can chew. He uses the Revitalize. It's tanking free. It's not taking damage. Pagu gets taken now. Baby Agov does a lot of damage. Hatamaku gets the kill as well. Now Kuru, no HP left. Even he dies during the Daytona's welcome. 5-0. And even securing that one, Silver Nandayo trying to get a kill on the Baby Agov, but that's not going to happen.
Yep, he's so far ahead. 2 levels ahead of this Lilia, and Lilia unfortunately just does not have the damage, right? Riz4T scaling up very, very nicely. 3 stacks of Sky Piercer already. I think Poland forgot about the Revitalize coming in from Tashtik. Like, they were committing so many resources on targets, and they were trying to figure out why they just wouldn't die. And just because of that Revitalize, man. Really good push and pull, especially from Kazakhstan. But now on the opposite end, look at the way that they are just pushing their leads. They're going into enemy territory. They're making sure that every single one of these buff takes is going to feel like you're pulling out teeth, man. It's just so much resistance.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Dano's welcome. Gets purified. Riz4T survives that one. Pagu tries to get onto Riz4T. Not going to happen. Tashtik, he has done this before. He doesn't mind being between 3, and Baby Alga goes in. Able to get 2. Maku tries to get out. And the Rapid the Dryad was able to slow them down just a little bit. Pagu, though, has no more HP left. Blazing Duet goes in. Shut down. Gets the kill onto Riz4T. And Maku finally gets a kill over the back. King Sula and Paquito was able to secure it on Pagu. Pagu is 0-4-1, not having a good time here. And now Paquito is all alone, but looks like he wants to be here. He's waiting for someone to move forward.
They're trying to spook him out, but they couldn't spook out Kyosin. He gets the recall in time as Kuru, alongside with Silver, are just held hostage here. The fight went for so long, and Kuru was not able to hit that he turned into small Dynamo. And now Kaz still has tempo.
No, but at least Poland, they showing signs of life, getting killed on Risk 4T, at least getting some of that stacks of the Skypiercer off. Now we can see it engaged. Poor man throwing a ruin, and Alpago using his ult just to survive. And good thing there's a Purify. Silver Nandayo dodge out with his ult. Risk 4T still gets the kill onto Kuru, but Maku gets the Paquito.
Right. So now mistakes have finally been punished here. But it's okay. It's all right. King Sula, he's still going to be relevant. It's just unfortunate he doesn't have a second battle spell and has to use Retribution as a jungler. But at least Riz4T, he may have died once. He's lost a little bit of his stacks, but it's not the end of the world. The Malefic Roar has already been complete, and he can start restacking himself because the game is still technically pretty early, right? We're 8 minutes into this game, and the fact that only now our Polish squad was able to pull something back. Hold on. First fight here already. That expert going to start quick for Throne of Ruin doesn't actually connect, forcing Baby Algapo to get the major ult being used by our Polish team.
Yep. Honestly, if you didn't say it, I did not notice. I didn't know that it's only been minutes. And some small thing to think about as a high loss, when you have this elegant gem, sometimes you do want to be in between many people when you know you're about to get that level, because you're gonna get that healing once you level up. And I feel like Tashley has been using that quite well. So for Team Poland, oddly enough, until the high loss gets his max level, it's actually quite difficult to take it on his high loss. He's just gonna keep on healing up. And even though he dies, he really got to work for it. Look at his 31 stacks on this Ranger, already doing quite a lot of damage. Give 2 more stacks over to him, and it's going to feel almost impossible to take him down.
Oh, yeah. He is getting bigger and bigger. Maku, he's trying his best to find farm across the map, and yes, he was able to get the double kill to get 2 stacks of Skypiercer for himself, but without that War Axe, getting in and out of these fights is going to be difficult, right? It's the first time you go in, you get Chunkshire, you dodge a couple of abilities, but you don't want to go back in when you're low. Unfortunately for Hirara, her health pool is not big.
Well, Kuru is taking quite a bit of damage, and then only 2 members get hit by the Throne of Ruin. They does welcome use, but dies before he can really connect it. And then even the glorious pathway, Kusin goes to the side, tries to use the blazing door, it takes way too much damage. And now even Silver Nandayo this time, without that Purify, unable to get out. Kazakhstan secures 2 more members from Poland without sacrificing anyone.
They need Silver Nandayo to actually be strong in these fights. And I think that's the big problem. If you pull up the items, I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have any anti-heal just yet. His first item was Enchanted Talisman. I'm just not 100% sure what he's looking to go for. Second, he's taking as many shots to try and protect this holy shielding, but really it's going to break no matter what. There's just too many members inside of Kazakhstan who are able to poke him for free.
Yeah, and this is the problem with Barats when you're losing. It's hard for you to get those stacks. So you're not that tanky, and you're going to take the full duration of any crowd control. Kazakhstan, they're scaling quite well here because Riz4T has been pretty healthy, 6-1-1, 30 stacks of that Skypiercer. Poland, it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with the onslaught of all these arrows and all the shots coming in from the Granger. And the moment you try to go in, all of a sudden, you get Paquito in the face.
Yep. Right. King himself. Hold on. Black Shoe is already forced out. His Riz4T should be able to spin this, no problem. Skypiercer works. The front line is already helping and peeling off the rest of the members. Kuru can get nowhere close. Another Skypiercer stack. Maximum stacked here already for Riz4T. Top side Holy Shielding is down, but the mid inhibitor is going to get cracked wide open, and they still have a Lord Empowered Wave just behind them on that bottom side as King Sula has wasted no time. They're getting shot underneath their crystal. They have only 1 chance and 1 opportunity. opportunity. And the Wrath of the Giants come out first, immediately purifying with at least the Blazing Duet. It doesn't matter, as the Tower Lock is going to close out this game 3-1. Kazakhstan punch the first ticket to ENC.
Congratulations to Kazakhstan. And what a time, because we've been eyeing this region for quite a while. Every single time we're like, okay, maybe they're just okay. But whenever you see them play, you're like, oh, they're good. They are exciting to watch. And now they are a part of ENC. This is going to be very exciting to see them fighting against different parts of the world, because I truly believe that they can compete.
I think they can as well. And I'm really excited to see how they're going to continue to evolve here in the ecosystem. A little sad, though, of course, because, you know, there's Pagu on the opposite side for the side of Poland. But at the same time, the team is just not ready. And unfortunately, wasn't able to create the advantages necessary to make this composition work. Because let me tell you, if Silver Nandayo had like 2 to 3 items at that point, oh man, I don't think that Tashtik or Agapo would have survived.
They will have one more chance, because after this, they will be going up against Ukraine. That one, Private Dancer as well as Cronus will be casting that, so good luck to them. And I feel like they need to take some lessons here going up against Kazakhstan. Try to apply some of the lessons learned against Ukraine, because they have one more chance, but that's going to be the final chance. If they want to go to ENC, they have to win against Ukraine.
I really think that Kazakhstan looks at the game a little differently, right? Not many teams play like the way that they play. And I mean, we're from like easy server, brawl server with Miracle earlier.
Yeah.
We've seen people with hands. It's just a little different.
Yeah, some people play with their feet, and that's a legit thing. That's a legit thing. What do you call it? Paralympics, yeah. Those guys are insane.
They are. I still remember. Oh, dude, I actually still remember M4. That was
remember
crazy.
that guy that won Kyrie,
and he beat Kyrie on
the
Fanny with one
Yeah.
hand.
Yeah, and I can't remember whether they tried Lancelot or not, but definitely
Carl,
the Fanny.
yes.
That was. Oh yeah, with Carl. Yes, with Carl. Although that one I believe it was with one hand, but still insane. Like, people just learn to work with what they have, and they just make amazing things. Shout out to those guys. But either ways, right now, shout out to Kazakhstan. Amazing game. Looking forward to see what else they can show during ENC. And good luck to Poland for their next match, because Ukraine, we haven't seen a lot from Ukraine, but this is my understanding that they're also quite the competitors.
I mean, they are very strong competitors, I would assume. And I mean, obviously, there's because of the representation of team spirit as the majority of what we know of EECA, their own leagues also have some pretty good players as well. The question is whether or not they're ready for that level of competition. But first, let us show you guys the bracket. If you're just tuning in, you missed out on an epic game here. And qualified for ENC, this is they're trying their
maybe
best.
this is manifesting, Gideon.
Yes.
It's manifesting.
Hey,
right?
they qualified for the lower bracket finals. That's what we know for sure.
Yep. Again, you're going up against Ukraine. But for now, celebrate Kazakhstan being the first from EECA, qualifier to qualify to ENC. Afterwards, it's going to be Ukraine as well as Poland. So it'll be interesting to see what Ukraine has, because they weren't able to get 2-0 against Kyrgyzstan. And Kyrgyzstan, based on Asia games, they were also pretty good. They were very up to date with the meta. And then when it comes to the team fights, they are pretty solid. So the fact that Ukraine was able to get 2-0 over them, it does show that they at least have a good semblance of what the meta is really looking like.
Yeah, I'm looking at like how this overall bracket came to be, right? We only seen the latter half of it, but before that, we already saw like 17 teams battling it out. And honestly, it feels well populated. It's just that a majority of our professionals here within EECAA are pretty far apart. Like, there's so many countries that are nowhere close to each other. High level, I would only imagine that yes, they're trying to find a tournament room that's never going to get single digits.
Well, we'll see how the day progress. And these are the players that just qualified for ENC: King Sula, Baby Agop, Tashtek Ovid, as well as Riz 4T, coming in from Kazakhstan. Congratulations. And for all of you guys watching, just to let you guys know, there's still a lot more games that's going to be played, because that was EECA. Afterwards, we do have NA as well as South America as well. So we're going to be seeing quite a lot of countries representing their regions after this.
Yep. Good luck to our Polish squad here. Hopefully they're going to have enough stamina to take on Ukraine to try and punch that slot. If not, Ukraine has a clear path to victory. With that being said, we're closing out this qualifier for us on batch number 3, I would assume. Block number 3. It is me getting Q in as well as LaFell closing out ENC for now. Get ready for our next set of casters because they've got a banger of a game. We'll see you next time.
Watch me, baby, count to 3. I do it so naturally. Don't stop, baby, hit the spot. I'm up straight to the top. Blow this up and hear the mic drop. Baby, I got the fire if you get it down. No wasting my time, 'cause I don't play around. See me burning it up, I'm getting hot now. I'm lighting it up.
Ability when it comes from a lot of these players, but the biggest thing, especially when it comes to the Nations Cup, is how well you can form that cohesive unit to move that team forward. It's not enough to just have skilled players, but you all have to kind of be on that same that same wavelength, that same vibe when it comes to pushing, the macro ability, getting those ganks in, and who your target priority belongs to.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right when you say that, right? Just target priority, and all that sums down to communication, because communication is going to be absolutely key when it comes to playing as a unit, because these players don't really play together as many times as we've seen. But then again, talking about Ukraine also, how you mentioned about bruised ego coming into this Esports Nations Cup, a chance to prove themselves. Redemption is what they're looking at, and they kind of need to put everything aside and be playing together as a unit. Yes, they've played together before. I've seen it myself. But then on the other hand, Poland, like, we haven't really seen a lot of these players playing together. Some of them not really well known in the community as well. So I would say when it comes down to Poland, they need to find a way to make things work, right? They need to click. They need to make sure the pieces fit the puzzle. Otherwise, we could be looking at a really quick game coming from Ukraine. But then again, hey, it's Mobile Legends. You never know. It's not over until it's over.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest, or I think a few of the big pillars that we've been seeing in the current meta is that early game tempo, being able to set that up, and then being able, especially during draft, to kind of think of the long game, not just what you want in that first half, but also what you want to refuse to the enemy, what you want to get through that second half to try to carry you through that last hitch into the enemy's base.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think the early game is very important to set the tempo, and it comes down to the junglers as well, right? Usually previous metas, we've seen how it's very EXP centric, it is kind of mid lane centric, but this one is a lot more in the jungle. Yes, it was a lot more utility before, but the assassins just increasing and amping up the tempo of the game. And I think both of us sound like a broken record. We've said tempo about 10 times now in this broadcast already, just because of how important it is to set the tone and set the pace for the entire game. And of course, draft is going to be very crucial, very important when it comes to this. And I mean, there are the usual suspects, right? You usually have the Belleric, you have the Atlas, you have yourselves the Minotaur. That's another kind of like a sneaky pick that comes on the roam position. But in the jungle, I mean, I'm looking at the Hirara and the Nolan. I think those two are going to be really crucial to contest.
I'm all ear to ear smiles because I've been waiting for this meta for so long. I feel like the long stretch of watching the tank meta go through has finally ended. We finally have those flashy plays. My only complaint maybe is that I feel like a lot of teams have been kind of
when you
bogged
gaze
down
into
in
the
this
abyss,
tight little niche circle
The ocean is not just our home.
shots. Melissa has been the priority. We've seen Carrie out there. We did just see Granger, so I can't really complain about that.
Welcome to the greatest mag show of all
which
time.
is kind of a double-edged sword. We've seen the rise of Maya and Hinabi out there as well. So I'm very eager to see where we go with this draft.
Yeah, I agree. I think with the marksman, usually we get to see a lot of Melissa's, right? Absolutely prioritized right now. And how I mentioned, I like how you brought up the Mia as well. It is one of those heroes that, I mean, at first glance, it looks like you're trolling, right? But then again, when you actually double down and kind of take a look at what it fits in the entire draft, it makes sense, right? It provides what the keys to the puzzle, the keys to the lock that you're looking for. And then talk about Melissa, they take that off the table completely. You're Poland, Selena, Harley gone as well. So anything that could actually be aggressive in the early game taken off. Freya, Marcel and Atlas from the side of Ukraine. And I'm looking at Belleric. That's a great option that's available. There's Paquito as well that's still available. Slaughter in the Jungle quite a lot in MPL Indonesia. And apart from that, there is still the Hirara.
Punch for a punch.
Well, Paquito, just on its own, just because of the flexibility that you have with it. You don't need to just slot it in the jungle. You can put it in that XP lane. I've seen it even in the gold lane where it's actually done a world of change there. Now I'm assuming we're going to possibly get a Belleric, maybe even get the Barats out there, possibly for the side of Ukraine here. Man, we've had I feel like in the last few months we've had such a huge change and shift. Yeah, we got an Alice out there now.
Yeah, about to say you're right about how there's been a massive shift in the meta, but then all of a sudden we're kind of discussing. You were talking about the Barats, right? It's absolutely great. I was talking about the Belleric, and these guys say, "No, we don't want any of that. We just go straight for the Alice in the EXP lane." So if you're trying to pick a backline marksman, if you're trying to go front to back, we're gonna dive straight onto you. But also got a little bit of stiff arm with this Eudora in the mid lane, right? So Ukraine kind of checking their boxes, not going for super hard counters, but setting themselves up for success for the later half of the draft. So I think Poland here needs to find, oh no, they get themselves the Rafael and Pagu. We've seen what he can do on this, and the Hirara comes in the fray as well. So you're right, this Paquito is not going to be in the jungle. EXP gold, we're going to find out.
The edge of the void.
Yeah, right now I do see a pretty decent amount of a CC kind of coming on from the side of Ukraine here, where you got the Throne of Rune coming out from the Alice. You've got the stun that can come out from the Eudora. And we were talking about that early game. I was going to say, like, those two picks, not really the early tempo that you would want, but you match that up with the Nolan here, who's going to be able to definitely maneuver around that map, put big boy damage as soon as he drops down into the game.
Brought us here.
Your team.
Yeah, he just pick up the pace, right? Make sure you're not falling behind, because if you take a look at the Alice, take a look at the Eudora, yes, they're not the strongest, especially the Alice in the early games. You want to scale. Eudora can provide a little bit of crowd control early on, some poke damage as well, but to get the job done, to get the big boy damage, like you said, it is that Nolan that's needed. And just to make sure another way to kind of keep tempo and keep pace with what Hirara can provide in the jungle as well. And on the same side, they take out the Novaria. So no long range poke coming in from Poland. Meanwhile, they take out Carry. So that's two marksmen taken off from the side of Poland.
Yeah, they really are kind of focusing down on these marksmen. So we might be seeing something a little bit outside of the box here when it comes to the picks. You still have, I guess, you have Claude out there. I think I heard some comments before the last casters about wanting to see maybe an Ixia out there. I feel like right now, though, in the current meta, Ixia kind of leaves herself out there in high and dry if she tries to throw down that ult. So when you've got such maneuverability coming in from the jungle side here, and Belleric taken off as the last man for the side of Poland.
And I will revive it.
Yeah, I think one of the only other roamers that was kind of viable, right, to stop this Hirara and Paquito from going in. So you take that off. Brody was taken off from the side of Ukraine as well. And they instantly lock down the Clint, get themselves a little bit of a range battle going. They want to play the front to back themselves. So they got what, 2 dive-in members, one that can kind of be in between with this Eudora. Clint just gonna be sitting on the back line, dishing out a lot of true damage. But meanwhile, talking about dive, if you take a look at Poland, they want to go all in.
Oh, yeah, and I was about to say here, a great pickup here, especially the high-lows. When you lay down that glorious pathway, it's going to be very hard for Clint to try to get away from that. So I want to say that's going to probably be the big target for them. Ooh, and then speaking of big boy damage, we're hovering over the Farza right now, bringing down that Feather Strike. I feel like the only thing is the CC that would be needed to usually aid the Farza. You get that CC down, then the Feathered Airstrike comes down here. Here, we've got a pretty mobile group that they're going to be going up against, and then matched up now with a Gatakacha on the other side.
Yeah, I like the Gatakacha being picked up, right? Just going to be a threat completely. One of the Farsa pops in the Feather Airstrike. Yes, you're going to be doing a lot of damage. You have high ground. You have insane amount of range to close the gap between your team as well as the Clint on the other side. But then as soon as you pop the Feather Airstrike and you get this big avatar of the Guardian coming your way, you got to be thinking twice about popping that ultimate.
Yeah, but we are ready to go. You can see both the lineups already and starting. Do you have a matchup there that you like better than the other?
I mean, I would say looking at the overall grand scheme of things, Ukraine look a little bit better with what they're trying to put out, right? I like the Clint that's there in the gold lane. But on the other side, though, I mean, boy, Pagu, I want to support him, but they got to put something, they got to put a show for us to kind of, you know, see that we can get something out for them. So yes, folks, it is game number 1 of this best of 5, Poland versus Ukraine, a spot for the Esports Nations Cup. Let's get in.
Yeah, I'm going to see how fast, and especially when it comes to the clearing speed there, you can see that Nolan can go ahead and start up on his green camp, while the Harara is going to go ahead and start up on the purple. Here, I do like the Gatakacha. I feel more comfortable when a Gatakacha has something else to set the tone, something else to initiate the fight when it's not him, because people can get away from his ultimate very quickly. The only thing is, what you're going to be using as a setup is possibly the Throne of Rune, which basically almost has about the same, if not a longer timer when it comes to trying to set. Already
First blood in their hands, of course, and that's what we were talking about in the draft as well. I mean, this Nolan is going to be really mobile. Is going to be looking to get the damage down as long as somebody can poke him. That's exactly what happened in this case. And you're right, in terms of initiations, when a Gatakacha is the primary initiator, it doesn't feel right. It's very easy to dodge that big AOG. But on the other hand, if you do have the Throne of Ruin to commit into first and then go with the AOG, it does help a lot more.
Yeah, and already seeing, coming in with another fracture, and then Nandayo able to get himself out of the way there, not trying to end up like Pagu. And man, you can already see the value of just having such mobile heroes. Pagu just seems like the slow sport on it, even though playing a Raphael.
Yeah, I mean, at this moment, Poland can only find a way to kind of slow the pace of the game down. They need to maximize the utility of this high-low system. But look at them going straight for a macro. The falling Maple takes it. Now Throne of Ruin coming at the right time as well from Stonik with the help of the Flicker, just to delay the fight and prolong it so that they don't lose out on many more members. And instantly, with the respawn, with the revive, Pago bringing back Mako into this fight.
Yeah, now both junglers sitting at 1-1 apiece here. Great answer back from Ukraine, not to let that death go by unanswered. They're able to reply back, get one back, and now it's going to probably be pretty even work going into this. Next turtle, though, is started by Poland. They have great positioning on there. You can see Rise in a little trouble.
Oh, yeah. Feather Airstrike coming as well at the same time. Glorious Pathway going in. Rise gets taken off by Mako, the falling Maple. Turtle about 4,000 HP. Who's going to be the first one to get it? Macaron trying to get the retribution, but not going to happen. Mako gets a nice steal right under their noses. And Ukraine, they started off strong, but now on the back foot.
Yeah, and with so much CC on your team for the side of Ukraine, it's amazing to see able to get in there and be able to get that retribution unabided. Oh, and now big surrounding on the Telemetro.
Oh, Pelmetroni has to flicker out, but this is what I was talking about, the AOG coming in. They do get one traded, but there's no backup whatsoever. P comes in, just doesn't have the damage to help out and take anybody out. I think Ukraine in this part of the map on the goal lane side, it is quite weak. And Poland are just maximizing value and maximizing potential that can get out of this Paquito early on.
Yeah, and just a great grouping coming out from the side of Poland, too, when it comes to just being able to answer immediately from the turtle all the way down to the bottom lane to be able to find that gank. And there just was no place for Pelmetroni to go.
Hey, but what can he do, man? A cowboy just got no flicker. He pushes back a little bit, can't really do much. All he can pray and hope for is if Nandayo misses those feather airstrike shots in this case. And that's kind of why you pick up the Farsa as well, right? That's why we're seeing these these pieces that have been put in their places are starting to work out. We're seeing how it's coming together. And this is what I was talking about Poland as well. They need to find a way to fit all these pieces to get the bigger picture. Once you see the puzzle, then you know that you're moving and getting closer to the victory spot. But Ukraine, on the other hand, I mean, it doesn't look like it. Looks very disconnected apart from Macron just up in the tempo early on.
Yeah, and that's kind of the unfortunate part right now. Poland definitely feels like they have a better control, speaking of which, and then they get frozen there with a nice little taunt there. Kuru going in, glorious pathway.
Yeah, with the AOG coming out from Rise to create separation, but if not, now you're able to get that damage down. Stonix with a 3-man Throne of Ruin. Macron comes in, Fracture gets one, looking to find another, but in the hand of the Eudora, they get two in the process, and Stonix once again coming in clutch to make sure Ukraine don't lose out on more.
Oh, I feel like that was just such a great bait by Ukraine. Draw out the glorious pathway. Kuru dives in, and they surrounded him, able to take him down. And then you had Macaroon coming in, getting that fracture, finding the other kill, setting them up for that next turtle. Just as I was saying, they felt a little bit separated, a little bit discombobulated. Whoever on the team who was making the calls obviously cleaned that up, got them together, and you found some great synergy in that next play.
Yeah, they did, and now through that, they're making sure Pelme gets all the space that he needs by taking out his tier 1 on the bot side. Not able to do so. Good defense coming in from Poland, but then again, it's just barely hanging. So you know that Ukraine, once Pelmetroni is kind of left unlocked from his laning phase, they're just going to maximize group up together and just going to dish out pure damage, even though Poland are looking to dive.
I want to say here too, you can see like a great job being done by Ukraine here too, kind of keeping a Rise up in front, making sure you see how the rest of the group, the Squish, is kind of rolling together here, making sure. Oh, now another engagement coming in.
Oh, Stonix, what? A Throne of Ruin with the AOG coming at the same time. The damage, the Lacklander zoned away completely by Kuru. They create a separation, and now all of a sudden Ukraine in a hard place, and Maku finds a double, 3 out of the right there from that one. And they're looking to find something else on the map. Flicker gets a massive shutdown onto the Farsa. Meanwhile, sacrifices himself for a good cause.
Stonix went in, charged up the Throne of Ruin, but flickered to the left, which did a great job because it caught them in surprise. However, I feel like it caught Ukraine a little bit in surprise because it separated the team. And unfortunately, Stonix got pushed by himself. Rise was by himself trying to back them up, and Ukraine was separated. So you had Stonix and Rise got picked off very quickly, and then Poland was able to finish the job on the rest of the team.
Yeah, Feather Airstrike coming again. Nandayo is in a really good spot. And now all of a sudden this Rafaela pick that got first blood is looking so good, making sure they extend their duration, their survivability in this matchup, in these team fights. And Kuru with the glorious pathway going in, and Throne of Ruin once again to the back line, forcing out 2 flickers. Macron coming to clean up, and Kuru gets taken out by Pelme. Meanwhile, Maku has to run away, and Kusen to follow as well. Ukraine get control of this neutral objective.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and have themselves an easy cleanup of the turtle. Ooh, Rise actually might be in trouble. Maku comes in with the scoopa.
Yeah, he got that as well. Oh my God, gets himself a double. I don't know. Rise has been off position. Maku has to get out. Oh my God! Even the burn almost killing the slightest bit of HP. I don't know if they want to commit and look for him at this moment. Yeah, I think Ukraine give up on the chase.
Yeah, and right now it's, I mean, Ukraine has some great, when they're all on the same page, I feel like they're basically unstoppable here. As we take a look at the items here, we're going ahead, have the Hunter Strike both for Maku already building up. It has the War Axe as well as Sky Piercer. So, I mean, gonna have some stacks already, 7 and 1 right now. So I'm not a mathologist or anything, but that's a pretty decent amount of stacks already to have with that Sky Piercer. Ukraine, I mean, we've seen some great initiations coming from them. Rise and Stonix doing such a great job at getting those wombo combos in. But, I mean, we're still at a point where Poland's able to answer back, and Ukraine just doesn't have the damage just yet. Still waiting for some of those items to come online before they're actually going to be able to really take advantage of the comas that they can put Poland into with all of this CC.
Yeah, that's true. But then look at Maku. He's got 50 already. A big 50 on that Sky Piercer. And 7-1-1. He's... I was talking about how Maku kind of needs to step up a little bit, you know, to allow Poland that extra breathing room. And this is what we're talking about. Bro is just putting Poland on the map right now with the way that he's playing. 50 stacks on a Sky Piercer. Ukraine, no matter how tanky you are with the Gatotkacha or even with the Alice, you walk in, that's a lot of true damage and you're going to get burst down. 10 seconds to the Lord. They don't have control of any long waves. They don't have control of a lot of neutral bushes. Only this Riverside bush. And Kuru can just use the Glorious Path to go dive head first.
Oh, yeah, they're going to go ahead and look for a little bit of an initiation here. Oh, we got a little bit of damage there coming out of from Kuzin. But, I mean, when it comes to, I want to say, map presence right now, Ukraine with that mid tower down on the side of Poland, I feel like have a little bit more wiggle room to go ahead and press. Oh, Rise, going to go ahead, catch out Maku.
Yeah. And you're right about how, right, they kind of take them out, but there is diving head first, Glorious Path to AOG coming in to create a separation. As well, Stonix doing the same, Throne of Ruin, looking to catch 2 members, and they catch Pagu, but look at Thunder's Wrath come out at any point, and this Eudora reaping rewards for Ukraine. They take one down, they bait out the spells, and now all of a sudden they get control of this Lord and should be looking at taking down and get at least a couple of towers out of it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I meant. You still had the mid tower up for Ukraine, so you really had to try to close. Unfortunately, Poland was not able to. As soon as they were able to get back to the tower, they were able to turn that fight around, get the advantage, and then get the...
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's what Ukraine did. Oh. And then now all of a sudden, Macaron looks like he's going to get chased down. It's going to be another stack. No, it's not. It goes to the hands of Silver Nandayo, but they got a 4-man rotation for it. Now Maku gets caught out as well. Falling people try and make it up, but one a Throne of Ruin catching 3 members. Cusin trying to go for a knockout strike, but Pelme left completely untouched. Maku bobbing and weaving, looking to catch him off guard, but the damage is a little too much and they have to run away. But Stonix looking to cut off their escape. Silver Nandayo with a feather airstrike and Stonix. Oh, it's risky from Poland. It's very messy. It's very scrappy, and Ukraine are making them pay for it.
That was just some unfortunate positioning by Silver Nandayo, getting caught and separated from the team as they were getting chased down. Oh, and now he goes down as the rest of Poland trying to even the odds.
Yeah, they're trying to, but the target has to be Maku, right? He has a lot of stacks of the Sky Piercer, and he's stacking up even more. That's 60 we're talking about right now. Pelme looks like he's going to get chased down. Falling Maple coming out as well. Stonix and Macaron doing everything they can to save him. Throne of Ruin, but Maku, Hirara, just so mobile, able to escape out of that.
Like a bar of soap in the shower, slipping out of all of their reaches. Nobody able to catch him there, even with a little bit of help there, and the amount of damage now coming out from Pelamatrono.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Very slippery. slithering her way through the entire time. And I think this hero, it shows why it's such a prioritized pick. Just absolutely insane. Level 2 power spike. I mean, what more would you want? You just got to put the right pieces around it to make sure you see it succeed. And that's what Poland have done. But meanwhile, Ukraine, they're down on the kill score, but they are up in terms of gold. They're up in terms of towers. And especially with the way that they utilize this AOG, they're trying to create a separation within the fight and not using it as a to kind of catch them off guard. About what we goes back to what we spoke about earlier, Private.
Yeah, and speaking about power spikes, we just saw that the BOD picked up by Maku and the Holy Crystal picked up by Silver Nandayo. So you're going to have a big amount of damage here coming out once that Feather Airstrike is laid down. Oh, but out of range, just out of range, and in comes the AOG.
Along with the Throne of Ruin casting 2 members, Pagu gets taken out by Pete Pelme, sniping them down as well with a double shot, takes out Kuru. So Pagu and Kuru are out, and just in time for the Lord. No way to get the respawn as well. It should be another comfortable neutral objective. Ukraine's timings on picking these fights have been impeccable.
Yeah, and even the way that they answer back, they saw that the overextension of the feathered airstrike wasn't in reach, and then in the follow-up coming in from Poland, they turn that around. They're able to just be outside of the range of Poland. That's the second time that's happened where they're able to turn around these fights, get pushed back, and then turn it around to get the advantage and get the objective immediately after.
Yep, and getting the objective at the right time for Ukraine means that the Lord will be marching down the mid lane. They're looking to maximize both side lanes as well. But is this too early of a push coming down the mid lane? Seems like it, Private.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go try to look for something here. A little bit of a charge there coming, and Glorious Pathway is out, but no follow-up coming just yet from the side of Poland. Oh my God, are they Guardian Lead on the backside? Rise!
Yeah, he commits as well to take down the inhibitor in the mid lane, but you can see Mako chasing him now. Pel Metronio flickers. Navayo flickers as well. They're able to get him. And Houston looking to go on to Macaron. They trade 3 for nothing. Only able to get that inhibitor in the mid lane. This is what we're talking about. Rise, an absolute all in or nothing play, and they get nothing out of it but just 1 inhibitor. And I don't think that's worth it.
I feel like the current meta, the squishiness, the mobility, a lot of that has issues when it comes to the enemy's base. When you're knocking on their door, when you're all kind of centered and clumped up in this little group, I've seen it so often now that teams that just have a huge issue.
Oh my God, talking about closing things down. Macron closes the distance, takes out Kusen. Silver Nandayo went for the feather edge, trying to create some separation. Ukraine said, we don't care. We got the damage, we got the bodies, and we're going to throw them at you. What are you going to do about it? They do get the tier 2 on the bot side, though, Poland. But again, 60 seconds to another Lord. They got control of this mid lane thanks to the super minions. They're pushing down the bot side, and they're moving all the numbers towards the top side. Get a slow push going, and when the Lord is up, you're gonna have macro advantage. You're gonna be able to control the map.
Yeah, the problem for me right now is that Poland, their initiating factor is kind of lacking when it comes. On the side of Ukraine, you've got the Throne of Ruin, you've got the Avatar of the Guardian to cinch things up, to really get that initiating factor out there. But Kuru, you only really have the Glorious Pathway to try to get out there. And they're doing such a great job of kind of keeping that distance, keeping back enough so that the Glorious Pathway will get so far back that Silver Nandayo has to push forward to even get those feathered airstrikes. And it's been a great job and a great example of a team doing what they need to kite back just enough to be able to turn the tides.
Yeah, will they have enough though right now when it comes to taking this neutral objective? They got a slow push down on the top side. Fracture already used onto Kuru, not baiting the Revitalize. No spells baited out as well at the same time. 5 members now rushing their way in towards the Lord Pit. Poland have to back off. They got to respect the damage that's coming out from Ukraine. But another thing that Ukraine definitely have to respect is the maneuverability and also the ability to outplay from Maku right now. And that's what I'm talking about. Glorious path to go straight in. AOG to catch Kuro off guard, create a separation. But look at Maku. Look at the chase down God Believer. They get a shutdown, however, at the right time. And now all of a sudden, Poland needs to scramble. But Houston in the back line gets a knockout strike, a double kill, and Rise couldn't protect the back line. Stonix trying to chase Nandayo, trying to chase Pagu, but they're so mobile. They're moving around the map, and they're running circles around Ukraine.
Yeah, and like I said, they're running back. They're pushing Poland. They're forcing Poland to try to push forward. That last fight, Silver Nandayo spent half the time wings by wings trying to chase their team from the backside to try to get in there. And when they finally laid down that feathered airstrike, Ukraine was right there to dive in with the Throne of Ruin. There is just a great amount of map presence coming out from Ukraine as they start this next war.
Yeah, Stonix, I don't know what he was thinking. Went in, took a little too much damage, got caught on the holy baptism. AOG as well, just to try and run away, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, Poland get a Lord. They get all the advantage, but they do get another, the body, but Macaron, that was dangerous. Thunder's Wrath coming out as well. Pago flickering forward to try and catch Nolan. Oh, Macaron's lucky there that there was no backup.
Oh, man, I was just about to say, and Poland kind of takes control of this game, but then I think you realize, you're like, are they, though? Because Ukraine immediately able to turn it around and put that damage on them and force them back. I expect this Lord, possibly they might be able to get this bottom one, but I mean, the offense coming out from Ukraine has been immense thus far, and Poland just really needs to find an answer. Ooh, Macaron might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, it looks like he could be. I mean, Ukraine pretty much the entire game under control, and all of a sudden, just off of one Lord fight, just off of one neutral objective, Poland completely flipped the script, and now they've got this evolved Lord coming on the bot side. They need to get a clear. Pelmetronio doesn't have a lot of HP, but they should be able to get this Lord dealt with. But what matters is the next set of waves that are coming in. Look at the knockout strike. AOG trying to create a separation. Holy Baptism comes out as well at the same time. Macaron taking a lot of damage. Maku looking to find the target, but a good defense finally coming out from Ukraine. They don't lose a single inhibitor.
They don't use an inhibitor, but I mean, we're getting to the point that it was even out there. And a great show of control coming out from Poland, too. Even when the AOG came out, you had the great peeling coming in the form of the Holy Baptism from Pagu to go ahead and create that distance. So Kuzin was going to be able to get away. Now, can Poland hold on to this advantage? They're in great position. 47 seconds left on the Lord. And are they going to be able to get this? And it's going to come down to that team fight.
Yeah, it definitely is. And talking about it, Kuru, glorious pathway, a little too premature, I'd say, but has enough time to get it back before the Lord Fracture coming out as well. Feather airstrike, a good position coming out. Stonix trying to go into the Blood Ode. Doesn't find the mark, and now Poland disperse. Kuro, what are you doing? Not at that spot. Oh, they make him pay.
That's not a bush, Guru. Oh man, just it's those little mistakes that I've noticed that Ukraine has been doing such a great job of being able to capitalize on. Whether they're able to kite back, whether they're a little bit too far out for a feathered airstrike to reach, or just like that Guru, unfortunately getting caught trying to go back to base.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been that big piece of rock that had a slight bit of a green patch. He thought that was a bush, tried to go in, but it wasn't. But in this case, look at Kuru again leading the charge. Featheresha coming out, beautiful, glorious pathway, slowing down Macaron, but Maku, on the other hand, looking to go in at the right time. They take out Q-Sid. Maku takes a little too much damage from Pelme, and now all of a sudden they lose Rise, and Ukraino, they are on the front foot. They have the numbers advantage. They have the HP, but Pagu has the ability to provide extra mobility, has the ability to provide extra bit of HP. The regen is going to be present. The Lord, 40,000 HP right now. They're dancing around. Poland trying to make their way through. I don't know if Ukraine want to risk it. So he takes a little too much damage. And with the help of the Wishing Lantern, able to take him down. Now with the numbers advantage, Poland want to dive in. Glorious pathway, slowing things down. But Macaron goes in, fractures out, but doesn't get anyone. Lord still at 45,000 HP.
Yeah, both of these teams have a great amount of patience just to lie and wait to find that perfect opportunity. Oh, not Dio!
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, no, he gets taken out. It's a shutdown. Just mispositions himself. No flicker. Was just used a little earlier. And God believer, with this Eudora, making sure he capitalizes, make sure he punishes the mistakes that's coming out from Poland.
Yeah, and right now, they actually are in a good position here now. Coming in from the side, you have Glorious Pathway out.
AOG comes in, gets to the back. Nobody home. Here comes the rest of the members. Fracture already dishing out the damage, but with the blessing, Pagu making sure his team can move out of all that damage, all that crowd control. Again, Ukraine turned their attention to the Lord. Stonix is up, could make his way. Poland have to get this one without Nandayo. No high ground, no burst damage. They should be able to give up this Lord. And yes, Macaron seals the deal. Able to get that neutral objective. They back off, look to play it slow, and the Lord is marching on the mid lane.
This double tanky front line coming from Ukraine is just, it's a huge amount to really deal with. I mean, you've got Rise, and I feel like almost Rise and Kuru are coming on the same page where they like to try to get those initiating factors and sometimes leave themselves out in the open with the winch.
What an AOG just at the edge of using the Glorious Pathway. Stonix goes into the Throne of Ruin as well. At the same time, Kuro gets taken out. Massive damage from God Believer on this Eudora. And now all of a sudden, they're walking in. Nandayo looks like he's going to be the target. Macaron gets caught. The Sky Piercer stacks are stacking up, but the base crystal is going to be the target for Ukraine. Eye on the prize. 1-0 in this best of 5.
Oh, and what a pace. We were talking about that early game tempo, and it just felt like both of these teams were right there from the beginning, but just felt like Ukraine was just that much more disciplined when it came to these engagements.
Yeah, much more discipline, and I think just knowing what they got to do, just put in the pieces. It's not a lot of hard counters, but then with the AOG, you make sure they're off position. You break their formation. Then all of a sudden, when the front and the back line are separated, or if the damage dealers are separated from the rest, or if the Farce is kind of left alone with Pagu, Stonix goes in, massive Throne of Ruin, and boom, all of a sudden you can't move, no flicker. Pelmetronius free hitting from the back. Macaron comes in, flanking from the side. Everything worked out for Ukraine. But on the other hand, for Poland, though, Maku with a standout performance. Even Kusen able to get the target in the back line at the right time. And you can tell with the stats, yes, Nandayo had a lot of damage, 138,225 to be exact. Again, they just didn't have that extra body in the front line to hold the front lines, to kind of give space, some breathing room for this Farsa.
Yeah, it felt like, especially as we moved to the mid and late game, Kuru, his mistakes were punished way more exclusively than when Rise would go in way into the back with the AOG. You'd see him dive into the back, Rise dive into the back, and the rest of the team he'd still be able to kind of make his way out of there. Whereas Kuru, so much CC on the side of Ukraine that when he overextended and he pushed in with those glorious pathways, he was stuck there. His team either needed to come in and help, or he was going to be laying down within a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he tried to hide in that bush in the rock, which was not a bush exactly, to be true. Like, just completely got shut down, and God believers like, yeah, you're really gonna do this in front of us? We're gonna make you pay. And they did absolutely do that. So I think it's just these small minor mistakes which were big punishes coming out from Ukraine. And also it was not just one minor mistake, just multiple small mistakes that just stacked on top of each other, just allowed Ukraine to play a better game, gave them more space, right? And that's the key factor.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it a little bit earlier. When it comes to all of these teams, the great players that you have, they don't always play together, but that means that it's even more important for communication to be the prime pillar of your team. There were a few instances, like we said, when the Hylos would go in with the glorious pathway, when the entire team of Poland was being chased and you had Silver go ahead and split off from the team to try to get away and then get picked off. There's just those little things that if the communication probably was a little bit better, the team could operate just as one single unit and one great cog in this great machine. We saw some of the instances in it, especially in the early game, where they were just doing such a great job. But unfortunately, Poland or Ukraine was just, I mean, a well-oiled machine and operating just as that one unit that was needed.
Yep, absolutely. And I think after this, of course, we might be heading into a short little breather. So, folks, I mean, don't go anywhere. So I guess stay tuned and we'll be back for the next one.
Know that I dropped it different. Know that I clocked it in it. Know that I got this in it. No, you can't stop this winning. I came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot. Soon I'ma get right there. I'ma step right there. Got a bot. Came right there in the drop top. Try how you like it or not stop. Non-stop. Yo, if you wanna get this popping, you better get to shopping. I came in a different drop this time, and they thought it was the same one, they didn't clock it. Oh well, it's nothing. They call me a dripperholic. Just watch how I'm dripping on it. Please just don't be slipping on it. Oh well, it's nothing. They call me a dripperholic. Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean and they won't see man slipping. Well, you might slip on a drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up
And fresher, at least a fresh mindset going into the next game, because otherwise it looks like
be very careful about those feathered airstrikes that you laid down.
yeah, Farsa definitely a sitting duck there. Wants to be a flying bird. Even got a wings by wing skill, just saying, just to fly out of harm's way. But in this case, you got people just throwing bodies, just flying out of nowhere and catching her off guard. So yes, I think, yes, you're right about how the competition is in such a way where these players are not exactly same level. Pagu, of course, we know he's playing at the TP top level compared to each and every single player that's in that current lobby, right, out of the 10. And then, of course, the only other name that's kind of familiar, I would say, for me in Poland is Nandayo. And he again is an amateur tournament player as well towards the community scene. Haven't really seen a lot of success in competitions for himself. Say in terms of the skill, right? Ukraine evenly amongst each other, so the communications there, everyone's on the same wavelength when it comes to what they want to do. Meanwhile, on the other side, Poland, I mean, either everyone has to step up to see what Pagu can maximize and give value for the rest of the team, or Pagu needs to find a different answer, you know, maybe take a different route. What you think, you know, you gotta go Hellcurt Rome to be a damage dealer to make them win?
I mean, there's options out there. I mean, well, with where we're at with the current meta, I mean, I wouldn't even doubt to see a Hellcurt out there right now. But I feel like this is the most important spot probably when it comes to a team like Poland. Is you just took your loss. You got dropped down to the lower bracket. You just took a loss to a team like Ukraine. You have to understand they already, and I know they understand what type of team that Ukraine is. Here is where it matters. Can you adjust? Can you make those modifications to your play style, to your draft, to find that winning combination and to kind of keep that communication up, to keep that tempo like we've been talking about. It's one thing to be able to start the game with that great tempo, but you see when teams keep on swinging at each other, when they're constantly maneuvering, we saw them at the beginning of the game, even being able to get that first turtle, get all the way to the bottom lane to be able to find themselves a gank within like 5 seconds of that, to the point that it surprised the gold laner down there as well. But as we continue with the game, keep that focus, keep that communication open with them so that you can continue and be successful all the way to the end of the game.
Yeah, you got to make sure you stay locked in. Otherwise, the other team are just going to take it away from you, sweep the rug underneath your feet. But this time, however, they're switching sides. Ukraine on the blue, Poland on the red. And I think instantly taking out the Freya from the side of Ukraine, Poland taking down the Melissa. The Melissa, like you mentioned, right? It's a hero that's just so prioritized in the goal lane with the current meta, just sits pretty in the back line and dishes out damage. You try to dive in, you got the go away to protect you, so you don't want to deal with that whatsoever. And also, Pelmetronio, Melissa connoisseur. Like, he's known for playing Melissa when Melissa's not even in the meta, so it's better safe than sorry in this case.
Yeah, I believe Poland was had already banned this out the first time, so no differences when it comes to the draft at this time. Kind of wondering, we've been seeing, like, when it comes to having that blue or that red side, it feels like you have just a little bit of an advantage being able to answer that first pick from your opponents, especially if you're leaving open such powerful picks out there. Ukraine last time with that double CC, double tank, double initiating factor that they have with the Gattacacha and Alice, and I've been seeing, I feel like it's kind of it's been trending the meta right now to having just that double front line to be, and then those just huge amounts of damage and burst damage on the back end, firing away while the team tries to deal with this tanky front line that you have.
Yep, they gotta on top of that, with the draft progressing further, taking out the Atlas, Selena's gone. Beleric is an option, I guess. Hirara is another great option that they probably are going to ban out. Then I'm looking at the Paquito. Like, these are the three usual suspects that you can tell is definitely first pick worthy, or they leave everything open in this trade. Yep, they do. They take out the Marcel, and then now all of a sudden, Ukraine, they got the pick of the litter. Are they going to go for the Beleric? Are they going to go for the Paquito or the Hirara? I think Hirara is just too good to get let go of right now.
Well, yeah, and then you get to answer that back. So, I mean, I want a little bit of a big thinking, big brain moves. Oh, we're going to come in with the Harley priority. So that's actually kind of a change for me, especially with what we have out there. So they're going to go ahead, scoop up that Paquito very quickly. And then the decision here is, do we go for something tanky or do we go for another burst in the form of that Harara?
I don't know, man. I think these guys are feeling themselves a little too much right now. You know, there's other heroes that are really good. So it's just a comfort pick. I know it is for Macron. Doesn't really care much about the Hirara. That's fine. But Paquito is still available. There's still the Beleric that could be an absolute menace. So now on the other side, they don't care about either. They go for the Paquito. Yes, they lock themselves a Uranus.
Well, Uranus good because he can get in front of a lot of those deadly magics to kind of block out a lot of that damage. And oh man, and Ukraine still, man, I love the scalability of what we have already on the just with these three options alone. Navaria's just recently come back into the meta, especially if you're able to land those orbs. She just does a huge amount of damage, and we already saw how prolific Ukraine can be with that clip. Just you're able to get in, but especially Uranus trying to get away, if he's getting CC down or getting slowed at all, Clint is going to be able to just dish out a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, I like how the Novaria is there. So, like you mentioned, those orbs, right? But the thing is, who's gonna catch him? And the Fanny being hovered upon. I don't know. Is that a bluff going into the next phase of the draft? You know, it's just like, hey man, we can play this, but you know what? We need a goal laner right now, so we lock in the Brody, so you don't take that away from us. So they get that Brody. Now on the other side, they take out the Gattacacha as well. Cho gets out of the table. I'm looking at a Farsa again, probably from Silver Nandayo, and they could top this draft up with. No way gonna go Fanny here. They already got 3 side laners, so of course this Paquito is just gonna be in the jungle now.
I don't think Ukraine is buying it. I mean, they saw the Fanny and then they ban out Cho themselves. It's almost like a I dare you. We'll even ban out the Cho. So
Yeah.
like go ahead and go Fanny. So I don't think that they believe that the Fanny is going to be coming out there. I like the Gattacacha
My
taken out of there. So yeah,
kids,
definitely
your
they took out
team
both.
immortality
So maybe are going to be setting
or
up for this Spars unless it gets banned out by the side of Ukraine.
Always on the way.
Yeah, man, Matilda comes out though, just making sure there's not a lot of utility on the table for them. Alaric was one of the options that's still up on the table, so you take that away from the side of Ukraine. Poland looked like a well-rounded draft so far. No way, Stonix. He's not gonna do this here. No. Okay. All right. A little bit of recap here, Private. This guy is notorious for playing Lucas in the EXP lane with the Revitalize, and then once level 4, bro, this just does not die whatsoever. He's just diving and diving and diving. On top of that, they will be able to pick up a win. So this is a comfort heroes galore from the side of Ukraine. Meanwhile, Poland, they're looking to see what they can get out of this entire draft.
Ooh, this is going to be very slippery for a Valentina pickup here too, because I think you're kind of looking at the glorious pathway IMU coming in for the Valentina. But my biggest problem sometimes that comes with using Valentina to copy over a lot of the tanky ultimates is that, yes, the Valentina gets the tanky ultimate, but she doesn't get the tankiness that comes with it that makes it useful for a lot of these tanks. So she might be a little bit of a sitting duck here. I feel like Poland here adjusted a bit. They went with that double tanky front line with the Uranus and the Beleric out there to try to, and hopefully be able to kind of score a decent amount of damage. That's going to be scaling, I want to say, a little bit more towards the mid and late game. Brody comes in a little early from the early to mid game. Valentina a little bit more later on after the midway through the game. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready.
Yeah, we're about ready to get into the game. I think we can only keep analyzing about the draft as much as we can. The rest of the part comes with the execution. Yes, there's one team that has slight better advantage in terms of what they can execute, but then again, comes down to what these players can showcase in the land of Dawn for us. Don't forget, Ukraine already 1-0 up on this best of 5. And of course, if they get this victory, they will have match points. So Poland needs to find a way to get the score equalized. Otherwise, Ukraine might just be running away with it.
Yes, Ukraine and Poland here both are looking at a shot, a invitation to ENC at the lower bracket right now. Ukraine is up 1 as we start things off at the mid lane here. You see a little bit of pressure being mounted by Poland to go ahead and shove in this lane.
Yeah, shoving in the wave. Nandayo on this Valentina, probably looking to take away that beast form, right? That's coming out from Stonix, able to dish out that flash step flash combo. That'll look really nice and neat. It kind of is the straightforward counter to the Lucas, but then again, I think Rise is just being a massive body blocker to make sure Macaron can farm up.
Rise in a little bit of trouble there. Is going to have to go ahead and get that healing out there. So it does walk away from that, but big pressure mounting from Poland. And kind of interesting because you just kind of stood there, allowed Poland to stand and watch. Now they're going to go ahead and try to find themselves into this purple buff. Ooh, Silver actually tried to come in there looking for a little bit of a steal, not able to find it. And Pagu might be chased down.
Almost got the job done there, Macaron. But, they're applying pressure, making sure he doesn't farm up so easily. And Poland, that's what they need to do. You make sure you find where this little magician is around the map so you don't get caught off guard. And now making his way to the top lane, 12 seconds to the turtle. Ukraine look like they're in a good spot right now.
Yeah, is this the timer for this turtle ticks down? Poland trying to find themselves. Oh, a little bit of a fight there happening. You can see Paquito pushing forward. You could. Oh, I guess we're not going to be able to. Oh. Off screen. I thought there was a fight there. I'm like, I guess nothing happened. But eventually, down goes Maku to set up this turtle, and Ukraine in a great position here. Stonix on the back line, trying to push away Nandayo.
Yeah, gets themselves the turtle off of that one pickoff, and it's just first blood just before a neutral objective. I don't know. I think Maku must be a little tilted right off position, tries to go in, tries to get a knockout strike, but then gets knocked out himself. So you can tell Ukraine on the board early, able to get first blood, able to get a neutral objective. Now slowly we'll start stacking up, and that's what Poland are trying to do, deny some jungle creeps.
Ooh, Maku in a little bit of trouble there. Took a face full of deadly magic. Might be able to find himself an escape. Maku in trouble. Gets slowed down by that glorious pathway, and that is going to be 2 in the pockets of Ukraine.
Again caught off position, but this time Nandayo was with him. Then he saw everybody looking to chase him down. He turned into Ninetail Fox, and he said, I'm out of there. I'm sorry, Maku. I can't stay in because I'm going to go down with you. And Maku has to pay the price. 0-0 now on a Paquito, who's supposed to be an early game jungler, and you're denying the early game potential in the hands of Poland. Ukraine are having a jolly good time.
Yeah, and I want to say, even with P, I feel like it's been a little wide with a few of these orbs when it comes to connecting with heroes. Still able to clear out the lane, but even with those orbs going, I want to say a little wide, Ukraine still has a firm grasp during a lot of these engagements to be able to kind of find the damage that they need, especially to be able to find somebody as slippery as Maku can be.
He's got to be slippery at a certain point, but at the moment, the threat from this Paquito is just completely neutralized. He just got to farm up slowly, get some gold in his pocket, get the items, and then find the squishier targets, right? Macaron as well as God Believer on the Novaria. But how are you going to catch this Novaria? That's the question. Like, she's just sniping from afar. There's no chance you can catch him. You have nobody to dive in forward. I mean, Kuru's got to be a menace and kind of solo his lane, garner the attention of Ukraine. Only then will they be able to create an imbalance in the entire map.
That's a great point, too. I mean, especially as we start moving into the later game, Novaria is just going to have a huge advantage. Turtle pickup there by Poland. But still, I want to say still pretty much an even game. Nobody able to really put the touches. Oh, Kuru way back in the back line. Glorious pathway has been laid out, and Macaroon able to find the kill there with the assistance of an orb from B.
Yeah, my goodness. Novaria just a massive snipe, right? I don't think Kuru expected that amount of damage just piling on top of him. I mean, at the end of the day, he's a Uranus, but then again, it's just magic damage on top of magic damage, and he does need items to scale. He needs items to become that unkillable machine that he usually is. But in this case, just not allowed to do so. Ukraine, they're fine not increasing the tempo. They're happy. They got 2 kills. They want to scale. They can just wait it out.
Oh, Silver Nandayo tried to go in with that wolf form, not able. Helmatrono doing, I want to say, doing a great job. I always kind of consider Clint one of those. He's got some of the shortest escapability when it comes to his ability to kind of get back and still able to kind of create that distance here. As we see, 4-man coming down. Oh, but they decide against it as they lose the wave.
Yeah, I mean, they got to, right? They got to respect the fact that there's a lot of mobility and a little bit of crowd control that comes in from the poke of the Hylos and the Glorious Pathway. And if they really need to target down this cowboy, they need the wave. They need to pressure. Guess what? They say we missed it once. We're going back at it one more time. Run it back.
Oh, and it looks like Ukraine was prepared for this. As Poland on the back foot, 2 glorious pathways laid out on the backside. Stalks coming in from the flank, looking for an opportunity, and a beautiful orb does connect onto Maku. Kuru a little bit low too, as the rest of Poland does find a disengagement.
Yeah, they do find a disengage at this point. But they do get the job done. They get that tier 1 on the bot side. They create the space. And now Pelmetronio is under threat. He has to go to the top side as well, or find a safe haven for him to play with. But this turtle looks like it's going to Ukraine.
Yeah, you can see a lot of damage coming out from the side of Ukraine, and the push back onto Poland to go ahead and zone them out. You can see all of them about a half health. A great job that he's doing with these orbs. Oh, just a little bit wide of there. At the beginning of the game, I was like maybe giving a little bit of crap there about missing a few of them, but I want to say through the last 2 minutes has been like a sniper with these, and damage that has come out there. Another one lands onto Silver Nundayo as at the top lane minions are beginning to crash out there. This might be all for Ukraine. You have the Astral Echo going out, giving vision, expanding those hit boxes of the side of Poland. Now continuing on to the sport. Board. This is going to be a turtle. We do have a glorious pathway out there. Now looking for the engagement. Rise in the front line of it as the rest of Poland looking for an engagement here. But from the flank comes in Stonks to go ahead and push them to the side. Finds him with a torn apart memories. We do have the Wrath of Dry coming in as Kuzin finds himself a kill onto Rise and Macaroon as well. And a great play there for the side of Poland.
Yeah, good play from Poland off of the back of it. They get 2 kills in the hands of Kuzin with the torn apart memory as well. They get themselves a tier 1 in the mid lane, so they're opening up the map a little bit more. But then again, the stands a little bit, right? Who's going to target down this Novari? Who's going to target down this Clint? You get clear of the front line. Macaron caught off position a little bit. You do maximize what you can get. Until we see this Novaria kind of get taken down, Poland will not have a sure shot way to get into or crack open the jungle or even the base of Ukraine. But still, a win is a win, and Poland will be happy with what they got out of it.
Yeah, Warax picked up for Maku. But, I mean, if you're not able to close the distance on that back line to be able to take down Novaria, the very least you can do is Kuru and Pagu start mounting that defense, get yourself an Athena's shield, make sure that you're in the front and you're blocking these astral orbs. You don't have to kill her if you make her a non-factor, hopefully. But, I mean, you can still see the damage going on to Kuru there. That's about a 33% of his health just chucked down from one orb.
And that's supposed to be a tank too, right? That's supposed to be your frontliner in that process. He even has the radiant armor, for God's sake, along with the tough boots as well. So that's a lot of magic defense in his a lot of magic armor as well. So I would say in this case, one good thing for Poland, of course, Kusin does have the Sky Piercer, right? So now the damage can start showing. Now they need to pick these fights. Now they need to become a problem. And you're right, if to kind of make this Novaria the non-factor, you build these magic defense items, but on top of it, if you just destroy all the rest of the 4 members and leave only the Novaria standing, then it's not going to be much of a problem either. And with the itemization, definitely Poland have the advantage now. They can push the pedal to the metal and kind of take this way. But look at Maku, just waiting for Novaria to be spotted, just flanking from the side, and then all of a sudden will be a complete threat.
Yeah, Maku lying in wait at that bush right now. We're kind of dancing around the board, waiting for an engagement. Astral Echo goes out. Big Papa comes up from the Lord Glorious pathway. Has been coming out by Silver. Pagu in trouble at the top. Does find himself a bit of an escape. Maku able to go in, throw some punches, and find himself an escape. And on the back foot now, only 3 members of Ukraine here still at this fight. Kuru. Very low. Silver Nandayo eats an orb, taken down to about 10% health. Oh, and Maku right there, able to assist with that kill. Kuzin finds himself another notch on his belt.
Yeah, and that's a stack of the Sky Piercer, right? Target that as 10 on the counter. And then now all of a sudden, Poland are looking a little more stronger to Novaria. Right, able to hit that orb, like you mentioned, from afar. Nandaya was lucky it wasn't maximum rage. Otherwise, that was a headshot for sure. But here, they get themselves a Lord, utilize this neutral objective to maximize control over the map, and then kind of tilt the rest of the pressure in your favor, the next Lord is going to spawn on the bottom side. So if you are Poland, you want to get a hit on the top inhibitor. You want to be able to chunk it down as much as possible so you have control of the far lane when you're fighting for the next Lord. So a mistake from Ukraine is what they're hoping for right now. And Poland might just be able to force it out.
I mean, Poland right now, I love this composition. They're able to learn from the last composition. They're like, hey, man, the double tank actually works. And it's doing a great job here, even with Stonks able to, oh, as I say that, they just ate an echo or an orb coming out from P there. Now looking to possibly find some damage on to this high ground tower. We do have the glorious pathway out now to go ahead and slow down and possibly be able to take down the board before it reaches the high ground. Focus now at the mid as Astral Echo goes out on the Poland. They make short work of that. Rapid Dryad is out. The knockout punch coming from Maku is going to be able to put the damage on, and the finishing touches. Kuzin finds himself a double kill as Rise goes down next to Stonks.
God damn, that torn apart memory was nasty. And Maku right now looking to chase him down. And this is what we were talking about. You make this Novaria a non-factor by taking out the entire front line. Pelmetroni to force the flicker out of there too. Ooh, nasty amount of damage coming out from Poland. They know how to push the buttons, and they're kind of popping off by taking out the right targets.
Oh, man, Maku came in with that jab to kind of close the distance, but the quick fingers able to get away Ukraine right now with a gaping wound down the mid-side lane right now. Poland, a completely different team here with this double tanking front line. A huge job when it comes to the aggression and the tempo they're able to set.
Yeah, you're right. And I think finding that gaping wound now, which is that mid lane inhibitor taken out, they got to press down on it. They need to get a little more hits on the top side as well, because then again, they will be able to get control of this Lord Pit, and that's what Poland want. Ukraine, though, on the other hand, they're trying to find angles. They got a lot of comfort picks, right? This Lucas, which is kind of Stonix's bread and butter so far in the European side of things, he's just not able to make it work. We haven't seen it pop off yet, but I think when the moment comes in, he's going to be a monster.
Yeah, the problem is just that tanky front line. Even when he's able to find a great flank on the Poland, I mean, the combination of Kuru on the Serena's Kaku on the, oh, actually, speaking of which, Rise in a little bit of trouble here, taking a heap of damage. Does have the glorious pathway, is bursted down by Kaizen again. Now, coming in. Oh, Stonks turned around. He thought he was going to be able to make a play there, but Poland immediately capitalized on that and able to shut him down. This is going to be a free Lord, unless P has got something in there with the orb, is just wide.
Yeah, it doesn't get anything out of it, but what Fusion has been getting is these Sky Piercer stacks.
Oh, we were talking about P still able to get away there. Unfortunately, it seems like Palamatranio is not quick enough. A big flicker going in with that Rapid Dryad, and now P might be in a little bit of trouble here, trying to defend here. Now the rest of Ukraine coming in as the Poland now continuing to push their way in through mid. Lord marching its way in. 4 members here right now as Valkyries come in to try to join the fight. Glorious pathway is out. Astral Echo comes out from the side of Ukraine. Ooh, Kaizen might be in a little bit of trouble. Magic able to get picked off there. Macaroon able to find himself a kill there as Stonks able to get back to the base as well. Ukraine might be able to turn this around. Poland back on the back foot as the rest of the team looking for an escape. Kuru might be in trouble here, taking a little bit of damage here. Gets a little bit of an orb for his escape. In goes Stonks looking for the killing blow. Is not able to find it.
Oh, yeah. Guess what? They overextend this fight with the help of the glorious pathway. Well, Pagu is super low.
Oh, I can't believe he was able to get away there. Oh, another orb lands on the Kuru, but he does have that defense. I wouldn't be surprised if he has that Athena shield on, because that did a lot less damage than I was expecting. And Silver Nondio able to catch P. And now Ukraine on the back foot as minions beginning to tunnel through the bottom and top lanes.
Yeah, no amount of poke now to try and get the job finished off with the help of Macaron. That was, I mean, not God believer on this. Novario has been using those orbs from afar, and finally Nandayo says, I have this beast mode, let me just unlock it and just throw this at you. And he did and got the kill. And now all of a sudden with that one kill, Ukraine are now have to mount a masterful defense.
Silver said my orb is bigger and absolutely mollywopped me with that. I forgot what that's called that comes out from him. But you can now see it does look like Poland's gonna have to be on the back foot here, being chased down by Ukraine. Rise fronting the blow. Astro orb does go wide. Paolo Petranio able to find a kill onto Silver, and Poland readjust on this map. Gets caught. 50% health there, I believe, on the Kaizen with one orb.
Yeah, absolute disaster, you can say. In that final bit of it, I think Poland could have got the base. It was a 5v4. And P was not even back up on the map. A little bit of an undisciplined route push, and then all of a sudden, Ukraine have a little more breathing room, and the Lord is back, and they get.
Yeah, and just like that, and unfortunately, Macaroon out of position all the way at the bottom lane. Rapid Triad is out. Stonks in the backside. Macaroon able to find himself a Lord. Continuing on this fight, Rise in a little bit of trouble as they try to chase down Stonks as well. Poland trying to answer back, but they are not going to be able to reply in time to Ukraine, who now have themselves a Lord in their pocket.
A Lord in their pocket, and might be looking at an end angle as well. It should be spawning up right now, but where is it going to come out of? That's the big question. Because if Poland have got it locked down, they can kind of clear it out as quickly as possible and keep applying the pressure where it hurts.
A nice little spot out there by P. Is going to catch out Maku and Pagu. Now trying to see if they can go ahead and defend this mid lane. Oh, look at the damage going on. The Kuru's going to be able to jump his way out to safety. Maku from the bottom side as well. I believe Maku's going to go ahead and try to get that split push from the bottom to maybe get himself a little back door onto the base. So keep an eye on him in that mini map at the bottom lane as this Lord pushing in from the top.
Yeah, the Lord's pushing on the top. A slow push coming at that as well. Mid lane, they're looking to take down this tier 1, looking to get the tier 2 next. But look at Maku, like you mentioned, able to get that clear, right? Oh my god, the damage from this Novaria. Jeez.
Yeah, right now you can see Kuru doing himself trying his best to kind of stay in that front line, trying to dodge out these astral orbs coming out. Lord now up at the top. You have the Glorious Pathway. The rest of the team kind of engages in there. IMU Glorious Pathway coming out as well. Damage is fixated on, looks like Pagu way into the back lines, looking for some damage onto Rise. We do have an Immortality has been procced. I couldn't see who that was. It looks like Stonks actually might be a little bit of trouble here. Getting bursted down, looking for some damage, trying to find himself an escape. Kuru chasing him down, decides wisely against chasing him too far.
Yeah, this game is reaching the 20th minute mark right now. Death timers are going to be really long. And at that, you know this Uranus is going to be super tanky. He's going to be able to eat everything that you have at him. He does have the Purify as well to make sure he can get out of a sticky situation. So Ukraine, this Lucas hasn't worked out, right? Every time he goes in, they're kiting it really well, Poland. And on top of that, they have Kusin, who's not gone down a single, I mean, he's gone down once ever since he got that stack on the Sky Piercer. So I wish we could take a little look at that and see how far ahead he is in terms of the stacks. Probably at 42 or something right now. And that should still be enough to be a massive threat. So Poland need to get the job done quick with the next Lord. 10 seconds. Yeah, there you go. 45 stacks in the Sky Piercer. So yeah, he's still going to hurt. It's still some unholy amounts of damage. And Novaria just needs to target down Kusin. And the more you soften him up, and the finishing background, and that should be the game plan they need to work out. It's just that he hasn't been able to target him down the entire time.
Yeah, because you've got this huge Pagu is doing a great job, Kuru doing a great job, and Kuzin's doing a great job keeping his distance, staying in the back line, laying on that suppressive fire when he needs to, and that's why he's got those stacks. So that's why he's got 8 kills, is because they're not able to close the distance. Lord, 50% health. You have an Astral Echo comes out, followed by the Glorious Pathway. Kuzin actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. You can see on the back end, Macaroon finds the deadly magic. Kuzin is down, and now the rest of Poland on the back foot, looking for an angle to get in here. Ooh, Rise almost got caught there with that recall. And Poland actually in a strong position for this Lord. And that's unfortunate. And that's what happened. Look at the base. Minions are starting to crawl all over it like ants, and that's the problem right now. When you have all of your turrets down, all of your towers down, that means that you have a time limit for how long these fights can go before you have to answer that at your base, and we just found that out from Ukraine.
Yeah, and they still keep going. Stonix this time goes in.
Oh, a nice does hit Naku. Immortality has been proc, but taken out by Stonks. The rest of Ukraine now trying to follow up on the bottom side. Down goes Kuru. No, it's a big tanky boy that is down. It's just Silver, Nandayo, and Pagu left for the side of Poland. And now looking to try to maybe even the odds here, putting on that damage. You can see Pagu might be in a little bit of trouble. That orb, it just goes wide. Glorious Pathway is out. Silver Nandayo still trying to put on the damage. Pagu gets taken out by P. Kaizen next on the list as Rise finds the finishing blow. It is 10-11, and somehow Ukraine have found this game, have found their second win, able to push into the base. Are they going to be able to end it just like that? 2 games up over Poland.
Yeah, there was a messy game though from Ukraine, right? Finally, towards the end, Lucas was able to do something to get them an advantage on the map. Even though they had no towers left standing, waves crashing in, all Ukraine needed was just 1 minion. Once they got all the important members down, Pagu really tried in this one. He didn't go down until the very end. And once they got this Beric out of the picture, it just became very difficult for Poland to hold anybody, because Kuru was trying to face check bushes, was trying to tank as much as possible. But at the end of the day, this Novaria was an absolute threat, sniping from afar. And all Ukraine wanted to do is get the base crystal. They didn't care. They knew the timers. They saw a whole wave was going to spawn up, so they knew their base was really safe. And towards the end, they committed all their members to push, and they got the job done. Ukraine might be a little, they can't really pat themselves on the back off of this win because of how messy it was, but definitely Poland put on a good show. So if Poland are looking to come back, it's now or never. Reverse sweep is always on the cards.
I can tell you 2 people who can pat themselves on the back, and that is Rise and Macaroon. For that beginning, the start of that last engagement, Rise went in with the Glorious Pathway, while Macaroon was at the way above on the bushes, hiding, waiting for Kuzin to show himself. As soon as that Glorious Pathway came out, Macaroon met him right on the backside, got that deadly magic on, and was the hugest damage dealer for Poland. And that's what started this snowball that Ukraine was able to take advantage of. And what an excellent fight there too. And great placement coming out from Ukraine.
Yeah, absolute. Really well played from Ukraine. I mean, getting some comfort picks on the board as well. We just didn't see them pop off. This wasn't that good of a game for Pelmetronio on this Clint. But then again, Poland, they're definitely one of those teams that can get the job done. And Kusin, once he got that snowball rolling,